So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Mikoto secretly raised Naruto and Sasuke found out this truth later on. So this is like Naruto and Sasuke are brother. Maybe he will awaken his Sharingan or something like that. So to know, watch till end, and if you are new on this channel then please subscribe, and if you like this video then please make sure to leave a like, share and comment down your thoughts on this video. So without wasting any more time, let's jump right back into the video.
What if Mikoto secretly raised Naruto and Sasuke discovered the truth? The tunnels smelled like wet stone and old ink. Naruto knew every crack in these walls, every place where the ceiling dipped low enough to scrape his hair, every spot where groundwater seeped through and made the floor slick. He'd been running these passages since he was 4 years old, back when his legs were too short, and Ka-chan had to carry him on her hip through the narrow parts, one hand holding a lantern, the other pressed warm against his back. He wasn't 4 anymore. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor of the main chamber, the one Ka-chan called the heart room, though he'd never figured out why, with a scroll spread across his lap, and 3 kunai embedded in the wooden target across the room. All 3 had hit dead center. He'd thrown them without looking, because she'd taught him that if you had to look, you hadn't practiced enough. The seal on the scroll was giving him trouble. He'd been working on chakra compression exercises for 2 weeks now, trying to push more energy into a smaller space without it destabilizing, and he kept hitting the same wall. His chakra wanted to expand. It always wanted to expand. Ka-chan said it was because he had more of it than almost anyone she'd ever seen, and that learning to control a river was harder than learning to control a stream, but that didn't make it less frustrating. He bit his thumb and smeared blood across the practice seal. Nothing happened. The containment matrix just sat there, inert, mocking him. "Come on," he muttered. He pushed chakra into it again carefully, the way she'd shown him, threading it through the outer ring first, then spiraling inward. The seal flickered, glowed, then fizzled. Naruto dropped his head back against the wall and stared at the ceiling. Somewhere above him, the Uchiha compound was settling into evening. He could hear it if he listened, not individual sounds, but the general hum of life transmitted through stone and earth. Footsteps. The distant murmur of conversation. The compound was always louder in the evenings when families came home from missions and the market stalls near the district entrance packed up for the night. He wasn't allowed up there. Not really. Ka-chan brought him up sometimes late at night when the streets were empty, to train in the private courtyard behind the main house. And he went to the academy during the day through a separate tunnel that led out near the river, 3 blocks from the school, so nobody ever saw him coming from the Uchiha district. But the compound itself, the clan, the people up there, that was a different world. One he could hear but not touch. He didn't mind. That probably sounded strange, but it was true. He had Ka-chan. He had these tunnels, which were warm and dry and full of scrolls and training equipment, and the little touches she'd added over the years, the blue curtain over his sleeping alcove, the shelf of books, the battered cooking pot they used when she brought down ingredients and they made dinner together. He had a life down here, a secret one but a real one, and he had the apartment too, the one across the village that everyone thought he lived in. He went there sometimes to keep up appearances, left lights on, scattered ramen cups around, made sure the neighbors saw him enough to keep the story alive. The Hokage helped with that. The old man had set the whole thing up years ago, and Naruto understood why, even if he didn't love it. The village couldn't know that an Uchiha was raising the Jinchuriki. It would cause problems. Political problems, clan problems, fear problems. So Naruto played the part when he needed to. The lonely orphan in the rundown apartment, the loud kid at the academy who couldn't perform a proper clone jutsu. That last part was a lie too. He could perform a clone jutsu just fine. He could perform a shadow clone jutsu, which was Jonin level, because Ka-chan had taught it to him when she realized his chakra reserves made the basic version almost impossible. She'd laughed when she figured it out, that bright, startled laugh she did when something caught her off guard. "Only you, Naruto," she'd said, ruffling his hair. "Only you would fail the easy version and need the forbidden one." He smiled at the memory, then looked back down at the seal. One more try. He was threading chakra into the outer ring when he heard it, a scream, not the general hum of compound life. Not a shout from a training session or a child's squeal. A scream raw, short, cut off, coming from directly above him. Naruto was on his feet before the sound finished, the scroll sliding off his lap and rolling across the floor. He stood perfectly still, head tilted, every sense straining silence. 2 seconds, 3, then another scream from a different direction, and another. And something else, a sound like meat hitting stone, wet and heavy, and suddenly the general hum of the compound wasn't a hum anymore. It was chaos. Shouts layered on shouts, footsteps running, and then cutting through all of it, the unmistakable ring of steel on steel, fighting. Not training. Fighting. Naruto's hand went to the kunai pouch strapped to his thigh. His heart was slamming against his ribs. He moved to the tunnel entrance that led up to the main house, the one hidden behind a sliding panel in Ka-chan's private room, and pressed his ear to the stone. More screaming. Closer now. And then a sound that turned his blood to ice. Ka-chan's voice, sharp and commanding, saying something he couldn't make out through the stone, followed by a crash that shook dust from the ceiling. He didn't think. He moved. The tunnel sloped upward, narrow enough that his shoulders brushed the walls. He took it at a run, chakra flowing to his feet automatically to keep his footing on the slick stone. 15 meters. 20. The passage curved left, then right, then ended at the panel, a wooden section of wall that looked solid from the other side but swung inward on hidden hinges. He hit the release mechanism, and the panel swung open, and the world changed. Ka-chan's private room was dark. Moonlight came through a gash in the shoji screen where someone had been thrown through it. The floor was wet. Naruto looked down and saw blood, black in the low light, pooling around his sandals. He stepped through the panel and into the room, and the smell hit him, copper and smoke and something else, something animal and wrong. His kunai was in his hand. He didn't remember drawing it. The hallway beyond the room was worse. He could see the main corridor from here, and there were bodies. Uchiha. People he'd glimpsed from the tunnels, faces he half recognized from the rare nights Ka-chan brought him up to the courtyard. They were sprawled across the wooden floor in positions that living people didn't make, and the walls were painted with arterial spray, and Naruto's mind went blank and white and roaring. He moved down the corridor, stepping over the dead. His feet left bloody prints on the floorboards. Ka-chan, he said. His voice came out small. He swallowed and said it louder. Ka-chan. The main room of the house was at the end of the hall. The doors were open, smashed open, one hanging from a single hinge. Light spilled out, flickering, from a lantern that had been knocked over but hadn't caught fire yet. Naruto reached the doorway and stopped. Mikoto Uchiha was on her knees in the center of the room. She was bleeding from a wound across her chest that had opened her flak jacket and the shirt beneath it. Her hair was loose. He'd almost never seen it loose. She always kept it tied back, and it hung around her face in dark curtains matted with blood. Her tanto was in her right hand, dripping. In front of her, between her and the door, lay a man Naruto didn't recognize, an Uchiha, from the crest on his back, but face down and motionless. She'd killed him. Whoever had come through that door, she'd killed him, but the wound on her chest was deep. He could see it from here, even in the bad light, too deep. Ka-chan, he ran to her, dropped to his knees in front of her, his hands grabbing her shoulders, and she looked up at him, and her eyes, God, her eyes, those dark, steady eyes that had been the first thing he remembered seeing in his life, went wide. Naruto, her voice was hoarse. No, go back down, go back to the tunnels. What's happening? Who's listened to me? She grabbed his wrist with her free hand, and her grip was still strong, still iron, even with the blood. You go back down, you seal the entrance behind you, you go through the river tunnel and you get out, you go to the Hokage, do you understand me? I'm not leaving you, Naruto. Who did this? He was shouting now. The compound was still screaming around them. He could hear it through the broken walls, the sounds of people dying, and none of it made sense. The Uchiha were one of the strongest clans in the village. Who could do this? Who was doing this? Mikoto's face did something complicated. Pain and grief, and a terrible resignation that he'd never seen on her before, not once in 12 years. She pulled him close roughly, desperately, pressing his face against her shoulder the way she used to when he was small and had nightmares. "It's Itachi," she whispered. The name went through him like a blade. Itachi, Sasuke's older brother, the prodigy, the Anbu captain. The quiet, serious young man Naruto had glimpsed exactly 4 times in 12 years, always from a distance, always through a crack in a panel or a gap in a wall. Ka-chan's firstborn son. "That's no," Naruto said. "That's not. He's killing everyone, the whole clan." Her arms tightened around him. "I don't know why. It doesn't matter right now. You need to go." "Come with me. Ka-chan, come with me, the tunnels. I can't leave Sasuke." Those 4 words killed the argument in his throat, because of course she couldn't. Sasuke was out there somewhere. Sasuke, her other son, her legitimate son, the boy who went to the same academy as Naruto and sat 3 rows ahead of him and had no idea that they shared a mother. Mikoto pulled back and held his face in both hands. Blood from her palms smeared across his cheeks. She looked at him with those eyes, and he saw everything in them. Every night she'd spent in the tunnels reading to him. Every morning she'd snuck away from her family to bring him breakfast. Every lesson and correction and quiet "I'm proud of you" that had built him into whatever he was. "I need you to do something for me," she said. Her voice was steady now, the commanding voice, the shinobi voice. "Whatever happens tonight, you survive, you hear me? You survive and you grow strong and you protect the people you love. That's what I raised you to do. Stop talking like that. Stop." "And Naruto," she pressed her forehead to his, "when the time comes, and will you tell them who you are, not what they sealed inside you, not what the village thinks you are, who you are, Kushina's son, Minato's son." Her voice cracked just barely. "My son." The front of the house exploded inward. Naruto didn't see it happen. One moment the wall was there, the next it wasn't, and a pressure wave of chakra sent him tumbling sideways across the floor. He hit the far wall, and stars burst across his vision, and when he blinked them away, he saw a figure standing in the gap where the entrance had been. Itachi Uchiha looked nothing like the glimpses Naruto had caught of him over the years. Those had been of a quiet young man in Anbu armor, moving through the compound with the kind of fluid ease that made other shinobi look clumsy. This Itachi was drenched in blood. His Sharingan blazed in the darkness, not the normal 3 Tamo pattern, but something else, something Naruto had never seen in any of Ka-chan's scrolls. A pinwheel of black on red that seemed to pull the light out of the air around it. Mikoto stood. She rose from her knees with a grace that defied the wound in her chest, and she placed herself between Itachi and Naruto, and she raised her tanto. "Mother," Itachi said. His voice was flat, empty, like someone had scooped everything human out of it. "Itachi." Mikoto's tanto didn't waver. "Don't." "You knew this was coming." Something flickered across Mikoto's face. Naruto saw it from behind her, a micro-expression that was there and gone in an instant. Recognition. Not surprise, recognition. She'd known something. Not this, not the killing, not the blood, but something about whatever had led to it. "Not like this," she said. "This was never supposed to. There was no other way." "There is always another way." Itachi's eyes moved past her. They landed on Naruto, pressed against the far wall with blood on his face and a kunai in a grip so tight his knuckles had gone white. Something changed in Itachi's expression, a hairline fracture in that terrible emptiness. "You brought him here," Itachi said quietly. "All these years. Don't you touch him." Mikoto's voice dropped to something Naruto had never heard from her, not anger, not fear, but a ferocity that belonged to a different category entirely. The ferocity of a woman who has drawn a line and will die on it. "You do what you came to do, Itachi, but not him." Itachi stared at her. Naruto stared at Itachi. The compound had gone quieter now, fewer screams, fewer clashes, which meant fewer people left, and in the silence, Naruto could hear his own breathing, ragged and too fast. "Where is Sasuke?" Itachi asked. "Coming home from practice?" Mikoto's jaw was set. He'll be here soon. Isn't that what you're waiting for? Something pain, grief? Passed behind those spinning red eyes. Itachi took a step forward and Mikoto moved, and it happened too fast. She struck first. The tanto sliced a silver arc through the darkness, aimed at Itachi's throat, and it was fast, genuinely fast. The speed of a woman who had trained in the Uchiha interceptor style since childhood and had never truly stopped being a shinobi, despite the domestic role the clan had pressed her into. The blade should have landed. Itachi caught it between two fingers. The metal sang. Mikoto twisted, redirected, went for a follow-up slash at his midsection, and Itachi stepped inside her guard with a fluidity that made the movement look choreographed. His hand closed around her wrist. Don't. Naruto was moving before he knew it, kunai out, crossing the room at full speed, and Itachi's other hand came up, and a force hit Naruto in the chest that wasn't physical. Genjutsu. His body locked, every muscle seizing, and he crashed to his knees 3 feet from where Itachi held his mother. Itachi looked down at him. Those eyes, that terrible kaleidoscope, bore into Naruto, and Naruto felt the genjutsu trying to settle into his mind, trying to shut him down. He snarled and pushed back. Chakra surged through his network, hot and wild, and he felt something else rise with it, something deeper, something red, something that lived behind the seal on his stomach and had been whispering to him since Ka-chan first told him about it 4 years ago. The genjutsu shattered. Naruto lunged. His kunai aimed for Itachi's arm, the one holding Ka-chan's wrist, and for a fraction of a second, Itachi's eyes widened. Not much, barely at all. But Naruto saw it, and he knew what it meant. He didn't expect me to break free. Itachi released Mikoto and stepped back, and Naruto's kunai cut empty air. He spun, adjusted, went for a second strike, and Mikoto's hand caught his shoulder and pulled him back. No, she was gasping. The wound in her chest had opened further, and her flak jacket was soaked through. Naruto, no. You can't beat him, not yet. Ka-chan, take Sasuke. She pushed him toward the doorway, toward the front of the house where the night air was pouring in through the smashed wall. Find Sasuke and take him and run. I won't. She turned to look at him one last time. He would remember her face for the rest of his life. The blood, the loose hair, the dark eyes that held no fear at all, not for herself, only for him. The way she smiled, just barely, and it was the same smile she'd given him 1,000 times in the tunnels when he finally got a technique right or asked a question that made her proud. I love you, she said. Now go. She turned back to Itachi. Naruto ran. He didn't choose to. His body made the choice for him. Mikoto's last command overriding everything else the way her commands always did, not because he was obedient, but because in 12 years she had never once told him to do something that wasn't in his best interest. And even now, even in this, he trusted her. He burst through the smashed wall and into the night, and the compound was a graveyard, bodies everywhere. In the streets, on the walkways, slumped against walls. The lanterns that lined the main road were still burning, casting warm yellow light over a scene that warm yellow light had no business illuminating. Naruto ran past them, past all of it, his sandals slapping against stone, and he screamed Sasuke's name into the dark. He found him at the compound gate. Sasuke Uchiha was standing just inside the entrance, a training bag slung over one shoulder, frozen in place. He was staring at the nearest body, a man, face up, eyes open. Naruto didn't know the man's name. Sasuke clearly did, because his face was the color of old paper and his training bag had slipped off his shoulder and hit the ground and he hadn't noticed. Sasuke! Naruto skidded to a stop in front of him, grabbed him by the front of his shirt. Sasuke, we need to go, right now. Sasuke's eyes were glassy. He didn't seem to hear. He was looking past Naruto, looking at the bodies, looking at the compound, looking at the end of his entire world. Naruto shook him. Hard. Look at me! Sasuke, look at me! Sasuke's eyes focused. They landed on Naruto's face, on the blood smeared across his cheeks, on the tears cutting tracks through it, on the wild desperation in his expression and confusion cut through the shock. Who are you? Sasuke's voice was barely a whisper. My name is Naruto. Your mother sent me. We need to move. My mother, she's in the main house. She told me to find you, and Sasuke shoved past him. Broke into a run toward the house, toward the center of the compound, and Naruto cursed and followed. He could have stopped him. Ka-chan had taught him 6 different ways to restrain someone his own size. But he couldn't make himself do it, because Sasuke was running toward his mother, and Naruto understood that impulse better than anyone alive. They reached the main house together. Sasuke first, Naruto half a step behind. Through the smashed wall, into the room with the flickering lantern, and Mikoto was on the floor. She was on her back. The tanto was still in her hand, and there was a new wound through her stomach, precise, surgical. Itachi was gone. The room was empty except for her and the dead Uchiha she'd killed earlier, and the blood, so much blood, and Sasuke made a sound that Naruto would hear in his nightmares for years. A small sound. A child's sound. A no that was barely a breath. Sasuke fell to his knees beside her. Naruto was already there, his hands pressing against the stomach wound, trying to stop the bleeding, trying to remember the basic medical ninjutsu Ka-chan had started teaching him last month. Chakra to the hands. Green chakra. Healing chakra. Focus on the tissue, visualize the cells knitting together. His hands glowed faintly green. Not enough. Nowhere near enough. The wound was too deep and he was too new to medical techniques, and she was losing too much blood. Ka-chan, he whispered. Ka-chan, please, stay awake. Stay, Ka-chan. Sasuke's voice cut through like a razor. He was staring at Naruto, not at his mother, at Naruto. At this stranger, this blood-covered boy with blonde hair and blue eyes and no Uchiha crest anywhere on his clothes, who had just called Sasuke's mother Ka-chan. Naruto? Mikoto's eyes opened. Half open. Fading, she reached up and her hand found Naruto's face, and then with effort that must have cost her everything she had left, she turned her head to look at Sasuke. Sasuke, baby, I'm sorry. Mom, don't move, I'll get help, you need to listen, she coughed, red on her lips. Naruto is... I raised him. Since he was born, he's your brother in every way. That matters. The words hung in the air like smoke. Sasuke didn't move, didn't breathe. His eyes were locked on his mother's face, and Naruto could see the exact moment when comprehension landed, not fully. Not the implications, not the years of deception and hidden tunnels and a secret second son, but the simple, devastating fact that his mother was dying, and one of her last acts was to tell him about a boy he'd never known. Mom, take care of each other. Her hand moved from Naruto's face to Sasuke's, bridging them, connecting them, and her fingers were cold and sticky with blood. That's all I ever. Her hand fell. The faint green glow on Naruto's palms flickered and died. Not because he stopped trying, because there was nothing left to heal. He knelt there with his hands on a wound that no longer mattered, and the world went very quiet, and then it went very loud. And the sound that came out of him was not a scream and not a word, but something in between that shook the walls and rattled the broken shoji screens and sent a pulse of chakra out from his body that Sasuke felt like a physical blow. Naruto's eyes, for just a moment, flickered red. Then it passed. He pulled his hands back from Mikoto's body and sat there, trembling, blood up to his elbows, and he stared at her face. She looked peaceful. She almost looked like she was sleeping, the way she sometimes dozed off in the tunnels when they'd been training late, and she sat down to rest and didn't get back up. He used to put a blanket over her on those nights. Beside him, Sasuke was shaking. Who are you? Sasuke said again, but this time it wasn't confused. It was hard, angry, the beginning of something that would grow into a wildfire if left unchecked. Who the hell are you? Why did she? How did she? She raised me. Naruto's voice came out flat, hollow. In the tunnels under the compound? Since I was a baby, she was my mother. She was my mother. Yeah, Naruto looked at him. His eyes were blue again, bright, burning blue, rimmed with red from crying. She was. They stared at each other across Mikoto's body. 2 boys, the same age, as different as fire and shadow, connected by the woman between them and by nothing else they could name. Footsteps outside. Multiple people moving fast. Anbu Naruto recognized the distinctive silent, then sudden pattern of their approach, the way they materialized out of movement itself. 4 of them landed in the destroyed front of the house, white masks catching the lantern light. "Survivors," one of them said. A woman from the voice, cat mask. 2 children, secure the area, said another, dog mask, male, and get the Hokage. Naruto didn't react to the Anbu, he kept looking at Mikoto's face. Beside him, Sasuke had curled in on himself, his hands fisted on his knees, his Sharingan when had that activated, spinning slowly in eyes that were streaming tears. The Hokage arrived 20 minutes later. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked every one of his years as he stepped through the wreckage of the Uchiha main house. His hat was absent. His robes were rumpled, as if he'd been pulled from bed, and his pipe was clenched between his teeth but not lit. He took in the scene, the bodies, the blood, the 2 boys kneeling beside Mikoto, and his face did something that Naruto had never seen on it before. The old man, who always had a kind word, a gentle deflection, a patient explanation, that old man disappeared, and in his place was someone ancient and tired and carrying a weight that was visibly crushing him. "Naruto," the Hokage said quietly. "You knew." Naruto didn't look up. "You knew this was going to happen." Silence. The Anbu shifted uncomfortably. The Hokage moved closer, lowering himself to one knee with the slow care of a man whose joints had been protesting for decades. "I did not know this would happen," Hiruzen said. "Not this. But you knew something. About the Uchiha, about—" Naruto's jaw clenched. "She knew too. She said this was never supposed to. She knew something was coming and she still— Naruto." "She stayed." His voice broke. "She could have come with me. She could have come down to the tunnels and sealed the entrance and lived, but she stayed because Sasuke was still out there. She stayed and he couldn't finish." Sasuke hadn't spoken since the Anbu arrived. He was still staring at his mother, and his Sharingan was still active, and Naruto wondered distantly if Sasuke even knew it was on. The Tamo spun slowly, recording everything, burning it into the perfect photographic memory that the Sharingan provided. Sasuke would never be able to unsee this. It would be perfect and precise in his mind forever. "I need both of you to come with me," the Hokage said. "This compound is not safe." "Where's Itachi?" Sasuke spoke for the first time since the Anbu arrived. His voice was eerily calm. "Where is my brother?" "Gone," said one of the Anbu, dog mask. "We've already dispatched pursuit teams. He won't get far." He would, though. Naruto knew it with a certainty that sat like a stone in his stomach. Itachi had moved through this compound like a force of nature. He'd taken Mikoto's strike like it was nothing. He'd swatted Naruto aside with a genjutsu that should have worked on anyone who didn't have a biju backing their chakra. Whatever Itachi was, he was beyond what pursuit teams could handle. "Naruto, Sasuke." The Hokage's voice was gentle but firm. "Come with me, please." Naruto leaned down and pressed his lips to Mikoto's forehead. Her skin was already cooling. He whispered something against her hair too quiet for anyone else to hear, in a private language of inside jokes and tunnel echoes that no one in the world would ever understand again, and then he stood. Sasuke watched him do it. Watched the intimacy of it, the ease of it, the way Naruto touched his mother with the casual tenderness of someone who had done it 1,000 times. And Naruto saw Sasuke's expression shift from grief to something else. Something with teeth. They left the house together. Not walking together, not really. Sasuke 3 steps ahead, spine rigid, refusing to look back. Naruto 3 steps behind, covered in blood and dust, his hands hanging at his sides. The Anbu flanked them. The Hokage led them through streets that were full of the dead, and neither boy looked down. The Hokage's office was warm and quiet and smelled like pipe tobacco, and Naruto hated every inch of it. They'd been brought here directly. No detour to the hospital, despite the blood on both of them, none of it theirs, except for Naruto's scraped palms from his fall. No stop at a safe house. Just straight to the tower, through back corridors, up private stairs, into this room that Naruto had sat in dozens of times over the years for check-ins that were really the Hokage's way of keeping tabs on Mikoto's secret project. Naruto sat in one of the chairs across from the Hokage's desk. Sasuke sat in the other. The gap between them felt like a canyon. The Hokage dismissed the Anbu with a look, closed the door, settled into his chair with the heaviness of a man sitting down for the last time. "I owe both of you an explanation," he began. "You owe us a lot more than that." Naruto said. Hiruzen paused, nodded. "You're right, I do." "Start with why." Sasuke's voice was still that terrible calm. "Why did Itachi do this?" The Hokage folded his hands on the desk. "I cannot give you the full answer tonight, Sasuke. Not because I don't want to, but because the full answer involves village security matters that I am still piecing together myself. What I can tell you is that Itachi acted alone tonight. The massacre was not ordered by—" He stopped, reconsidered his words. "There will be a thorough investigation." Naruto caught the hesitation, filed it away. Ka-chan had taught him to listen for the things people almost said. "And him?" Sasuke jerked his chin toward Naruto without looking at him. "My mother, she said she raised him, in tunnels under our compound, our house. How is that?" His calm cracked, just slightly. "How is any of that possible?" The Hokage looked at Naruto, a question in his eyes. "How much do you want me to say?" "I'll tell it," Naruto said. He straightened in his chair. Looked at Sasuke directly for the first time since they'd left the compound. In the bright light of the Hokage's office, Sasuke looked younger than he did at the academy, smaller, somehow, with blood dried in crescents under his fingernails, and his hair disheveled, and his Sharingan finally deactivated, leaving his eyes just dark and human and devastated. 12 years ago, the night the Nine Tails attacked, a woman named Kushina Uzumaki died, Naruto said. "She was my mother, my birth mother. She and your mother Ka-chan were best friends, closer than sisters. Before she died, Kushina asked Mikoto to look after me." He said it plainly. No embellishment, the way Ka-chan had told it to him, sitting in the tunnels on his 8th birthday when she decided he was old enough to know. The village had a problem with me. Naruto's hand went unconsciously to his stomach. The 4th Hokage sealed the 9 tails inside me the night I was born. To the village, I was the demon fox's container. Nobody wanted me. The clans didn't want me. The orphanage didn't want me. The Hokage, he glanced at Hiruzen, did his best, but his best was a rundown apartment and a monthly stipend. "It was more than that," the Hokage said quietly. "It wasn't enough. You know it wasn't. Ka-chan knew it wasn't, so she took me, hid me in the old emergency tunnels beneath the Uchiha compound, the ones that were sealed after the Second War and forgotten. She told your father," Naruto looked at Sasuke, "that she was using the tunnels for private training, storage, whatever excuse worked, and she raised me there." Sasuke was staring at him, not with anger anymore, with something worse, incomprehension. The absolute inability to fit this information into the shape of the world as he knew it. "For 12 years, Sasuke said slowly, "my mother had a secret child under our house. I'm not her child by blood. She didn't give birth to me, she just raised me." Naruto's throat tightened. "She taught me everything. Reading, writing, taijutsu, ninjutsu, chakra control. She told me about my real parents when I was 8, told me about the 9 tails at the same time. She never lied to me about any of it." "But she lied to me." Sasuke's voice was rising. "She lied to my father, to the entire clan. She protected me. At the cost of everything," Naruto snapped, and the room went sharp and electric. "You think it was easy for her? Sneaking down to the tunnels every day, making sure nobody followed her, keeping 2 lives running at once. She did it because my birth mother was dying and asked her to. She did it because I was a baby with a demon sealed inside me, and nobody else in this entire village gave a damn. She did it because she was good, Sasuke. She was the best person I've ever known, and she's dead, and I'm not going to sit here and let you act like what she did was some kind of betrayal." Silence. Heavy, ringing silence. Sasuke's hands were shaking on his knees. His jaw worked. His eyes glistened, and he looked away sharp, deliberate, staring at the wall instead of at Naruto. "She taught you our style," Sasuke said after a long moment. "I saw you move in the house. That was Uchiha Interceptor Taijutsu?" "Yeah, she taught an outsider our clan techniques. She taught her son. That's what she called me, her son." Sasuke flinched like he'd been hit. The Hokage intervened gently. This is a great deal to process in one night. Both of you have suffered a terrible loss. I think, what happens now, Naruto cut in. My cover's blown. The Anbu saw me come out of the compound. By morning, every intelligence operative in this village is going to know that the Jinchuriki was raised by an Uchiha in a hidden bunker. What's the play? The Hokage blinked. Naruto saw the surprise register surprise at the question's tactical clarity, at the fact that a 12-year-old covered in his mother's blood was thinking 3 moves ahead. She raised me well, Naruto thought, and the grief hit him again like a wall of water, and he breathed through it the way she'd taught him. In through the nose, out through the mouth, feel it, don't fight it, but don't let it stop you. The play, the Hokage said carefully, is that I control the narrative. Naruto Uzumaki was a ward of the village placed in the care of a trusted shinobi for security reasons. The Uchiha compound's tunnels were used as a safe house. This was done with my knowledge and approval. No laws were broken. That's not the whole truth. Naruto said, it's the truth that keeps you alive. Naruto held the old man's gaze, then he nodded, not because he agreed, but because he understood. Ka-chan had taught him the difference. I want to stay in the compound, Sasuke said abruptly. The Hokage frowned. Sasuke, the compound is a crime scene. It will be sealed for. Then I want to stay wherever he's staying. Sasuke pointed at Naruto. If my mother raised him, if she spent 12 years on him, then he's the only connection I have left to who she really was. I want answers. I have a right to answers. Naruto looked at Sasuke. Sasuke looked back, and beneath the anger and the grief and the shock, Naruto saw something he recognized, the desperate, clawing need to hold on to any piece of a person you've lost. Fine, Naruto said. You want answers? I'll give you answers, every single one. The Hokage arranged a temporary apartment for them. 2 bedrooms, a shared kitchen, in a quiet block near the administrative district where Anbu could keep watch without being obvious about it. Naruto suspected the old man had a place like this prepared in advance, a contingency for the day the secret blew open. Ka-chan would have insisted on it. She always had contingencies. They walked there in silence, an Anbu escort trailing at rooftop distance. The village was asleep. Most of it anyway. Word of the massacre would spread by morning, but for now the streets were dark and empty, and the only sound was their footsteps and the distant bark of a dog. The apartment was clean and Spartan. 2 beds made up with fresh sheets, a kitchen stocked with basics, a bathroom with towels and soap. Naruto walked to the window of his assigned bedroom and looked out at the village. From here, he could see the Hokage monument, 4 faces carved in stone, the 4th one lit by moonlight, and he stared at that 4th face for a long time. His father. The man who'd sealed the Kyuubi inside him and died, and left him to a village that hated him for it. Ka-chan had told him the truth about Minato Namikaze on that same 8th birthday, and Naruto had gone through all the stages: anger, grief, confusion, eventual acceptance in the privacy of the tunnels, with Mikoto's hand on his shoulder. He wondered what his father would think of tonight, of the blood, of the failure, of the fact that his son had been 3 feet away from Itachi Uchiha and couldn't do a damn thing to stop him. Not yet, Ka-chan had said. You can't beat him. Not yet, yet, she'd said yet. Behind him, in the other bedroom, he could hear Sasuke. Not crying, Sasuke was too locked up for crying, too armored, too Uchiha, but moving, pacing. The creak of floorboards going back and forth, the sound of a boy trying to outrun a thought he couldn't escape. Naruto closed his eyes, put his hand on the glass. The window was cold. He thought about the tunnels, about the heart room with its training targets and its scrolls and the blue curtain over his sleeping alcove, about the cooking pot, about the shelf of books, adventure stories, mostly because Ka-chan knew he loved them and she'd bring a new one every few weeks, smuggled under her cloak. He thought about the last thing she'd said to him. My son. He opened his eyes. The moonlight turned them blue, then for just a second, so briefly that even the watching Anbu couldn't have caught it the faintest edge of red. The Kyuubi stirred inside the seal. Not aggressively. Not the way it sometimes pushed at the bars when Naruto was angry or scared. This was different. Quieter, almost sympathetic, As if the ancient creature behind the cage had witnessed something it recognized. Loss, the fox rumbled deep in the space behind the seal. You and I know loss, boy. Naruto didn't respond. He didn't need to. The fox was right. He pulled the curtain shut and walked out to the shared kitchen, filled a glass with water, drank it standing at the counter. His hands were still stained dark. He'd washed them at the Hokage Tower, but the blood had gotten into the creases of his skin, into the beds of his nails, and it would take days to fully fade. Sasuke's pacing stopped. A door opened, footsteps in the hallway. The other boy appeared in the kitchen doorway. He'd changed clothes. Someone had left a set in each bedroom, but his hair was still matted, and his eyes were still red-rimmed, and he looked at Naruto the way you look at an equation you can't solve. Neither of them spoke for a long time. Then Sasuke said, "Teach me." Naruto blinked. "What?" "Whatever she taught you, the things she showed you in those tunnels, the techniques, the training methods, Sasuke's voice hitched. "I want to learn what she was teaching you. I want to know what she thought was important." It was such an unexpected request that Naruto didn't know what to do with it. He'd braced for anger, for accusations. Stay away from me, and you're not her son, and all the venom that a grieving boy could muster. Not this. He looked at Sasuke, really looked, past the Uchiha pride and the rigid posture and the defensive anger, and saw a kid who'd lost everything in one night and was grasping for any thread that led back to his mother. "Okay," Naruto said. "Yeah, I can do that." Sasuke nodded once, turned, went back to his room. Naruto stood in the kitchen for a while longer. The water glass sweated in his hand. The apartment was silent except for the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sounds of a village that didn't know yet what it had lost. Tomorrow, everything would change. The secret would be out. The questions would start. The politics, the fear, the suspicion, all of it would crash down on him like a wave, and he'd have to stand in it and not break. But tonight, the only thing that mattered was that Ka-chan was gone, and he was still here, and she'd told him to survive. He set the glass in the sink. He went to bed. He didn't sleep. Across the hall, neither did Sasuke. And somewhere beyond the village walls, moving through the darkness with blood drying on his hands and a pinwheel Sharingan fading back to black, Itachi Uchiha paused at the crest of a hill and looked back toward Konoha. He'd left 2 boys alive in that compound. One by design, one by choice. He had his reasons. The night swallowed him, and he was gone, and behind him, the Uchiha compound sat empty and silent under the moon, and the blood on its streets was already beginning to dry, and in the tunnels beneath it in the heartroom, where a cooking pot sat cold on its burner, and a blue curtain stirred in a draught that came from nowhere, a scroll lay unrolled on the floor, its seal still flickering faintly, as if waiting for someone to come back and finish the lesson. No one would, not anymore. Chapter 2. 2 sons of one mother. Dawn broke over Konoha like an accusation. Naruto watched it from the kitchen window, the sky shifting from black to bruised purple to a pale, sickly orange that reminded him of rust. He'd been standing there for an hour, maybe longer. His body had given up on sleep around 3 in the morning, and he'd stopped pretending after that. Now he stood with his hip against the counter, and his arms crossed, and his eyes tracking the light as it crept across rooftops and spilled into alleyways, and made the village look clean and whole, and nothing like a place where 200 people had been slaughtered 8 hours ago. He'd made tea. 2 cups. One sat steaming in front of him, untouched. The other sat on the counter closer to the hallway, where Sasuke would see it if he came out. Ka-chan always made tea in the mornings. Not the powdered instant stuff from the market, real tea, loose leaf, steeped in an iron pot she kept on the shelf next to the medical scrolls. She said the ritual mattered. That making something with your hands first thing in the morning told your brain you were in control of the day. Naruto had thought it was silly when he was 6. By 10, he understood. By 12, he did it without thinking. He was thinking about it now, though, thinking about every small thing. The way she'd hum while the water heated. The way she'd pour with both hands, steady and precise, the same way she held a kunai. The way she'd sit across from him in the heart room with her legs tucked under her and blow on her tea and ask him what he wanted to work on today. He pressed his thumb hard against the rim of his cup and breathed. Sasuke's door opened at 6:14. Naruto didn't turn around, but he tracked the sound footsteps in the hall, a pause at the bathroom, water running, then the soft pad of bare feet on the kitchen floor. A silence as Sasuke registered the tea, the quiet scrape of the cup being picked up. "You didn't sleep," Sasuke said. "Neither did you." Sasuke didn't deny it. He moved to the opposite side of the kitchen and leaned against the wall, and they stood there in the pale morning light, drinking tea in a stranger's apartment, and for a moment it was almost peaceful. Then someone knocked on the door. Naruto was moving before the second knock, kunai in hand from the pouch he'd kept strapped to his thigh even while not sleeping. He saw Sasuke tense, saw the other boy's hand drop to his own weapons. He'd found a kunai somewhere, probably in the supply kit left in his room, and for one brief, strange second, they were perfectly synchronized. Two boys orienting toward the same threat at the same time, bodies angled, weight forward, ready. "It's me," said a voice through the door. Low, bored, slightly muffled, Naruto relaxed fractionally. He knew that voice not well, but enough. He opened the door. Kakashi Hatake stood in the hallway, slouched with his hands in his pockets, his one visible eye half-lidded in an expression of studied indifference that fooled nobody who'd ever met a dangerous person. He was in his standard Jonin uniform, mask up, headband tilted over his left eye, and he looked at Naruto with an expression that might have been curiosity or might have been indigestion. "Yo," Kakashi said. "You're the Hokage's errand boy now?" Naruto stepped aside to let him in. Kakashi's eye crinkled amusement, maybe. He ambled into the apartment with the loose-limbed ease of someone who could go from casual to lethal in the space between heartbeats. His gaze swept the room, cataloging exits, assessing threats, a habit so ingrained it was probably unconscious, and landed on Sasuke, who was watching from the kitchen with his kunai still in his hand and his Sharingan flickering on and off like a light with a bad connection. "You can put that away," Kakashi said to Sasuke. "If I were here to hurt you, I wouldn't have knocked." Sasuke didn't put it away, but his grip loosened, which was something. "The Hokage sent me," Kakashi said, dropping onto the apartment's single couch like he owned it. He pulled a folded paper from his vest pocket and held it up. "Official assignment. As of this morning, I'm your, let's call it a minder. Babysitter sounds undignified." "We don't need a babysitter," Naruto said. "The Hokage disagrees, especially given that." Kakashi's eye moved to Naruto, and something in it sharpened, just for a second, a flash of real attention behind the lazy facade. "Given the circumstances, which I've been briefed on, all of them." The emphasis on all was unmistakable. "So you know," Naruto said flatly, "that Mikoto Uchiha raised you in secret tunnels under the compound for 12 years. That you're the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. That you apparently broke out of an S-rank genjutsu last night through sheer stubbornness and Biju chakra." Kakashi tilted his head. "Yeah, I know." Sasuke stiffened. Naruto felt it more than saw it, the subtle change in the room's energy as Sasuke processed the word Jinchuriki. He'd told Sasuke about the 9 tails last night in the Hokage's office, but hearing it repeated by a Jonin made it more real, more official. "Here's how today is going to go," Kakashi continued, his tone shifting from casual to something with an edge beneath it. "In about 2 hours, the village council is going to convene an emergency session. The massacre is public knowledge as of an hour ago. Anbu couldn't contain it. Too many bodies, too much blood. Every clan head in Konoha is going to want answers, and some of them are going to want your head." He pointed at Naruto. "Not literally, probably. The Jinchuriki secretly raised by the Uchiha, that's going to scare people." "Let them be scared," Naruto said. Kakashi studied him for a long moment. "You sound like her." The words hit Naruto in the chest. He kept his face still, another thing Ka-chan had taught him, how to take a blow without showing it, but his fingers curled at his sides. "You knew Ka-chan?" he asked. "I knew Mikoto. Everyone in the Jonin Corps did. She was formidable. Retired from active duty when she married Fugaku, but nobody who'd seen her fight ever forgot it. Kakashi paused. And I knew your father. The room went very quiet. My father, Naruto said carefully. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. My sensei. Kakashi's visible eye held Naruto's gaze, and the boredom was completely gone now. I've known who you were since the night you were born. I was there. I watched him seal the fox inside you. I watched Kushina. He stopped, cleared his throat. I've known. And I've watched from a distance, because the third ordered me to, because Mikoto's plan required absolute secrecy. But that's over now. Naruto felt something unlock inside his chest. Not warmth, exactly, not comfort, more like recognition. Here was someone who had known both halves of his life, the parents he'd never met, and the mother who'd raised him, and was looking at him not with pity or suspicion, but with something like acknowledgement. The council meeting, Naruto said, pulling himself back to the tactical reality. What's the play? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. You keep saying that. What's the play? Did Mikoto teach you shogi? She taught me everything. What's the play? The Hokage handles the council. You two stay here. Stay out of sight until the political dust settles. No, Naruto shook his head. If people are going to be talking about me, I want to be in the room. You're 12. I'm a shinobi of this village with a graduation exam in 3 weeks. I have a right to be present when the council discusses my status. Kakashi blinked. Then he laughed a short, surprised sound. She really did teach you everything, didn't she? Regulation 47, Section 3, Naruto recited. Any shinobi whose status, rank, or assignment is under review by the village council may request presence during deliberation, regardless of rank. The Hokage can override, but the request goes on record. He's right, Sasuke said. Both Naruto and Kakashi looked at him. Sasuke had moved from the kitchen wall to the doorway, and his arms were crossed. And his expression was complicated, grudging respect, layered over exhaustion, layered over the kind of bone-deep grief that made a person look 10 years older overnight. If the council is discussing the massacre and Naruto's situation, then it involves the Uchiha clan. I'm the last Uchiha. I have a right to be there too. Kakashi looked between them. Two 12-year-olds, covered in dried blood they hadn't fully washed off, running on zero sleep, quoting village regulations at him before 7 in the morning. This is going to be a very interesting assignment, he muttered. The council chamber was a semicircular room at the heart of the Hokage Tower, and by the time Kakashi walked Naruto and Sasuke through its doors, it was already full of people who did not want them there. Naruto catalogued the room the way Ka-chan had taught him to catalogue any space he entered. Exits first, 3 the main doors, a side corridor, and a window that opened onto a 20-foot drop to the roof below. Then threats, at least 6 Jonin-level chakra signatures among the assembled council members, plus 4 Anbu hidden in the walls. Then allies, the Hokage, sitting at the head of the curved table, and Kakashi, who positioned himself behind Naruto and Sasuke like a very bored bodyguard. The civilian council members occupied one side of the curve merchants, guild leaders, the representatives of Konoha's non-shinobi population. They looked frightened. The shinobi council occupied the other side, clan heads, primarily. Shikaku Nara, with his scarred face and shadows under his eyes that suggested he hadn't slept either. Inoichi Yamanaka, blonde and sharp-eyed. Chozora Kamichi, massive and unusually grim. Hayashi Hyuga, pale-eyed and rigid as a knife blade. Tsume Inuzuka, with her feral features and the massive dog at her feet. Shibaya Burame, silent behind his high collar, and at the far end of the curve, seated slightly apart from the others, bandaged and still as a stone. Danzo Shimura. Naruto had never met Danzo. But Ka-chan had told him about the man carefully, precisely the way she told him about venomous snakes and hidden traps. He is the Hokage's shadow. He runs a division called Root. He believes the village security justifies any action, no matter how terrible. He would use you as a weapon if he could, Naruto. Never forget that. He hadn't forgotten. Danzo's single visible eye tracked Naruto as he entered, and Naruto felt the weight of that gaze like a hand pressing on his chest. Assessing. Calculating. the eye of a man who looked at people and saw tools. Naruto met the stare head-on and didn't blink. This session is called to address the massacre of the Uchiha clan, the Hokage announced, his voice filling the chamber with the resonance of a man who had led a village for decades. And the related matter of Naruto Uzumaki's guardianship status. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki have invoked their right of presence under Regulation 47. I've granted the request, murmurs. Hayashi Hyuga's pale eyes narrowed. Tsume and Yuzuka leaned forward, nostrils flaring, literally scenting the room, which was unnerving. Lord Hokage. One of the civilian counselors began, a thin man with spectacles that Naruto didn't recognize. With respect, the presence of children at a security briefing is legally permissible and has been approved. Next objection. The Hokage's tone brooked zero argument. The thin man sat down. Here is what we know. Hiruzen's voice shifted into a cadence that was measured, deliberate, each word placed like a stone in a wall. Last night, between approximately 9 and 11 p.m., Itachi Uchiha single-handedly killed every member of the Uchiha clan present in the compound. The death toll stands at 148. The only survivors are Sasuke Uchiha, who was returning from training and arrived after the majority of the killings, and Naruto Uzumaki, who was present in a concealed location beneath the compound. About that, Shikaku Nara said, and his lazy tone was deceptive enough that Naruto almost missed the razor underneath it. A concealed location under the Uchiha compound where the village Jinchuriki has apparently been living for 12 years. He looked at the Hokage. You knew about this? It wasn't a question. I did, the Hokage confirmed. The arrangement was made 12 years ago, the night of the Nine Tails attack between myself and Mikoto Uchiha. Kushina Uzumaki, the previous Jinchuriki and Naruto's mother, requested on her deathbed that Mikoto take custody of her son. Given the political climate at the time, the suspicion directed at the Uchiha following the Nine Tails attack, the village's hostility toward the newborn Jinchuriki, I judged that a secret arrangement was the safest course. The safest course? Hayashi Hyuga repeated, and his voice could have cut glass. You gave the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to the Uchiha, the clan whose Dojutsu can control tailed beasts, and you did this in secret. I gave a baby to his mother's best friend, the Hokage said. The politics of the Sharingan never entered the arrangement. Perhaps not for you, but for the Uchiha, Mikoto acted alone. Fugaku Uchiha was not aware of Naruto's presence. No member of the Uchiha clan was. This caused a stir. Naruto watched the reactions ripple around the table: surprise, disbelief, calculation. Shikaku's eyes narrowed. Inoichi exchanged a glance with Choza. Hayashi's expression didn't change, but his fingers tightened on the edge of the table. One woman, Tsume and Yuzuka said, and there was something almost admiring in her rough voice. Hid a Jinchuriki under her own clan's nose for 12 years. That's either incredible or insane. It was both, Naruto said. Every eye in the room turned to him. He felt the pressure of those gazes, the curiosity, the suspicion, the fear, and he stood straight under it the way Ka-chan had taught him to stand when people tried to intimidate him. Feet shoulder-width apart, weight centered, eyes level. She knew the risks, Naruto continued. She knew what would happen if the clan found out or if the village found out. She did it because my mother asked her to and because she decided I was worth the risk. Every day for 12 years, she made that choice. I'm standing here because of it. Silence. Then Danzo spoke. A touching sentiment. His voice was like dry paper rubbing together. But sentiment does not address the security implications. We now have a Jinchuriki who has been trained in Uchiha clan techniques for over a decade. A Jinchuriki whose loyalty was shaped not by the village, but by a single individual who operated outside any official oversight. That individual is now dead. He paused. Let the words settle. The question before this council is not whether Mikoto Uchiha's intentions were good. It is what we do with the result. Naruto felt something cold move through his stomach, not fear. Ka-chan had burned fear out of him years ago, not the emotion itself, but the power it held over his decision-making. What he felt was recognition. This was the move she'd warned him about. The framing of a person as a problem to be managed. "What are you proposing, Danzo?" the Hokage asked, and his voice had dropped several degrees. "The boy needs structure, guidance, a framework that ensures his abilities serve Konoha." Danzo's single eye hadn't left Naruto's face. "I propose he be placed under the supervision of my foundation. We have experience with—" "No." Naruto said it flat and final, not loud, not angry, just a wall. The chamber went still. Counselors shifted uncomfortably. Danzo's expression didn't change, but something behind his eye did a flicker of surprise that someone had interrupted him so directly. "Young man," Danzo began, "my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm the son of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, and Kushina Uzumaki, and I was raised by Mikoto Uchiha. I know exactly what your foundation is. I know what root does to the people it takes in. The answer is no." Danzo's eye moved to the Hokage. "Lord Hokage, you see the problem. The boy has been fed information. He's been educated," Kakashi said from behind Naruto, and his voice had lost every trace of boredom. "By a Jonin-level kunoichi who was, by all accounts, one of the most capable shinobi the Uchiha clan ever produced. I don't think that constitutes a problem." "Hatake, you were not invited to speak." "I was assigned to these two by the Hokage. That makes their welfare my responsibility. And I'm telling this council that placing either of them en route would be a mistake." The room fractured into crosstalk, civilian councilors murmuring to each other, shinobi clan heads exchanging weighted glances. Danzo sat still through all of it, and Naruto watched him, and Danzo watched Naruto, and between them ran a current of mutual understanding that needed no words. "This isn't over." The Hokage raised a hand. The room quieted. "Naruto Uzumaki will remain under my direct oversight," Hiruzen said, and his voice carried the weight of law. "He will continue his academy enrollment, graduate with his class, and be assigned to a genin team under the supervision of Kakashi Hatake. His living arrangements will be determined by my office. This is not open for debate." "And the Uchiha boy?" someone asked. "Sasuke Uchiha is the last surviving member of his clan. He will receive the same protections and the same path. Academy graduation, genin team assignment, supervised housing. Together?" Shikaku asked. The question was carefully neutral. The Hokage looked at Naruto, looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, who had stood silent through the entire session, absorbing everything, his dark eyes tracking each speaker with the focus of someone memorizing a battlefield. "Together," the Hokage confirmed. Naruto felt Sasuke tense beside him. Not objection. Something else. Relief, maybe, or just the acknowledgement that the only person in this room who understood what last night had felt like was standing 2 feet away. The session continued for another hour. Logistics, security protocols, the pursuit of Itachi, which had so far yielded nothing. The political implications of the Uchiha massacre for Konoha's military standing and inter-village relations. Naruto listened to all of it, filing information away the way Ka-chan had taught him names, positions, alliances, potential threats, and by the time the Hokage adjourned the meeting, he had a mental map of the council's power structure that would have impressed a Chunin strategist. They were escorted back to the apartment by Kakashi, who was conspicuously quiet for the entire walk. It wasn't until they were inside, door closed, Anbu resuming their rooftop positions, that Kakashi finally spoke. "Danzo isn't going to let this go." Naruto was already in the kitchen making more tea, muscle memory, ritual, control. "I know. He's been trying to get his hands on the Jinchuriki since you were born. The third has blocked him every time, but this is different. The secret's out. The political landscape has shifted. Danzo has leverage now fear. People are going to be afraid of a Jinchuriki trained by Uchiha. He'll use that. Let him try." Naruto set the kettle on the burner. "Ka-chan spent 12 years preparing me for exactly this kind of thing. Village politics, council maneuvering, how power actually works in Konoha versus how it's supposed to work. She didn't just teach me how to fight. She taught me how to think." Kakashi leaned against the door frame. "She taught you well." That regulation you quoted this morning, 47, Section 3, most Jonin don't know that exists. She had me memorize the village charter when I was 9, said it was the most dangerous weapon in Konoha and nobody bothered to read it. A sound from behind Kakashi. Soft, involuntary, almost startled. Sasuke, standing in the hallway, had just laughed. It was a broken sound, more reflex than humor, dragged out of him by the mental image of his mother making a child memorize legal documents as combat training. But it was real, and it was the first sound Sasuke had made since the council chamber that wasn't hard or flat or empty. Naruto looked at him. Their eyes met, and for just a second, the wall between them had a crack in it. She made me memorize the Uchiha clan bylaws when I was 8, Sasuke said. I thought she was punishing me for breaking a window. She wasn't, Naruto said. She was arming you. Sasuke's almost smile faded, but the crack stayed. Kakashi looked between them with an expression Naruto couldn't quite read, then he pushed off the doorframe. I'm going to do a perimeter check. Stay inside. Don't answer the door for anyone who isn't me or the Hokage. He moved to the front door, paused. For what it's worth, both of you held your own in that council chamber better than most adults I know. She'd have been proud. He left. The apartment settled into quiet. Naruto poured 2 cups of tea and brought one to Sasuke, who took it without argument this time. They sat in the living room, Naruto on the couch, Sasuke in the chair by the window, and the morning light was fully up now, bright and warm and completely wrong. Tell me about the tunnels, Sasuke said. Naruto wrapped his hands around his cup. What do you want to know? Everything. How she found them, what they looked like, what you did down there, all of it. So Naruto told him. He started with what Ka-chan had told him about the tunnel's history, emergency shelters built during the Second Shinobi War, when the Uchiha compound was considered a primary target. 3 levels, carved into the bedrock, connected by narrow passages with reinforced walls. After the war, they'd been sealed and forgotten. Mikoto had found them during a renovation of the main house when a wall collapsed and revealed the entrance. She'd explored them alone, mapped them, realized their potential. And when Kushina died and left her a baby with a demon in its belly and no one to protect it, she'd known exactly where to go. Naruto described the heart room, the main chamber, where he'd spent most of his time. The training area she'd set up in the larger tunnels, with targets and obstacle courses, and a sparring ring she'd chalked on the stone floor. The smaller room where she'd created a library, filling it 1 scroll at a time with everything she thought he'd need. Taijutsu forms, ninjutsu theory, chakra control exercises, history, strategy, village law, even cooking. He told Sasuke about the routines. Mornings were physical training, taijutsu, weapons work, conditioning. Afternoons were academic, reading, writing, history, politics. Evenings were ninjutsu practice, when the compound above was busy enough that the sound of jutsu wouldn't carry. Ka-chan came down twice a day, sometimes 3 times. She'd train with him for hours, pushing him harder than any academy instructor ever would, then sit with him and eat dinner and ask him about what he'd read. She talked about you, Naruto said, and watched Sasuke's face carefully. Sasuke's jaw tightened. What did she say? That you were brilliant, stubborn, that you had your father's talent and her temper, and that combination was either going to make you incredible or impossible, and she hadn't decided which yet. Sasuke looked away, out the window. His reflection stared back at him from the glass, a boy with his mother's hair and his father's jawline and eyes that had seen too much in a single night. She talked about Itachi too, Naruto said, more quietly. She was proud of him. She was also afraid of him, I think, though she never said it in those words. She said he carried things that were too heavy for someone his age. She said the village put too much on his shoulders. The village didn't put a sword in his hand and tell him to kill his own family. No. But something did. Sasuke's head snapped toward him. What's that supposed to mean? It means last night before Naruto swallowed. Before, she said to him this was never supposed to happen like this, not why are you doing this or stop. She said it was never supposed to happen like this. She knew something was going on, something with the clan or with the village or both. She wasn't surprised that there was a crisis. She was surprised by how it ended. Sasuke stared at him. The Sharingan flickered on again involuntary, stress activated, and Naruto felt the weight of it. 3 tamo in each eye fully formed. Most Uchiha didn't achieve that until they were well into their teens. "You're saying there's more to this," Sasuke said. "I'm saying Ka-chan didn't raise a fool. And neither are you. Something drove Itachi to this, something bigger than one person deciding to go insane. And if we're going to survive whatever comes next, we need to figure out what it was." The Sharingan held for a moment longer. Then Sasuke deactivated it with a slow blink. He set his tea down on the windowsill, stood. "You said you'd teach me what she taught you." Naruto looked up at him. "I meant it," Sasuke said. "Not just the techniques, the way she thought, the way she prepared you, all of it. In exchange," he hesitated. The next words cost him something visible. "In exchange, I'll share what I know about the clan. Whatever she kept from you about the Uchiha, the politics, the Sharingan, I can fill in the gaps. Deal." It was the simplest, most significant agreement either of them had ever made. Kakashi took them to a training ground at noon. Not one of the standard ones, those were full of genin teams and their instructors, and the last thing anyone needed was a crowd. This was Training Ground 44's outer perimeter, a fenced area at the edge of the Forest of Death, technically restricted, practically deserted. Kakashi had a key, because of course he did. The clearing was broad and flat, ringed by massive trees that blocked the wind and cast everything in green, filtered shade. It smelled like pine and wet earth, and it was as far from the blood-soaked Uchiha compound as any place in Konoha could be. "Show me what you can do," Kakashi said. He sat on a tree stump at the clearing's edge, arms folded, eye half closed. "Both of you, whatever you've got, don't hold back." Naruto looked at Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Naruto. And the thing that had been building between them since the council chamber, the tension, the unspoken challenge, the need to measure each other, finally found its outlet. Sasuke moved first. He was fast. Genuinely fast. Even by academy standards, Naruto had watched him in class from across the room for years and known he was good. But watching from a distance was different from having Sasuke's fist aimed at his face. The punch came in a straight line, efficient, no wasted motion. Textbook Uchiha interceptor style. Naruto slipped it, turned his head exactly 2 inches to the left, and felt the wind of Sasuke's knuckles pass his ear. And then he countered a palm strike to Sasuke's chest that Ka-chan had drilled into him so many times he could execute it in his sleep. Sasuke's eyes went wide. He recognized the technique. His body reacted before his mind caught up, dropping into the defensive stance that mirrored Naruto's offense because they were the same style. The same school, taught by the same woman. For 3 seconds they froze. Locked in complementary positions, mirror images, 2 expressions of the same fighting philosophy. Then Sasuke's Sharingan blazed to life, and the fight truly started. It was not sparring. Sparring was controlled, contained, practiced. This was 2 grieving boys with too much skill and too much pain trying to communicate the only way they knew how. Taijutsu, first the Uchiha interceptor form, flowing and reactive, built around reading an opponent's intentions and redirecting their energy. Naruto knew it from Mikoto. Sasuke knew it from Mikoto. But they'd learned different pieces at different times, and the gaps in each other's knowledge created openings that were as surprising as they were illuminating. Sasuke was more precise. His form was cleaner. His transitions smoother, because he'd trained with other Uchiha Fugaku, the clan instructors, not just Mikoto. His Sharingan let him read Naruto's movements a half-second before they happened, and he used that advantage ruthlessly, predicting strikes and positioning himself to counter. Naruto was more powerful. His chakra reserves dwarfed Sasuke's, dwarfed anyone's, really, and Ka-chan had taught him to use that volume as a weapon. Where Sasuke was a scalpel, Naruto was a battering ram that had somehow learned surgery. He couldn't match the Sharingan's prediction, but he didn't need to. He just kept coming. Hit after hit, angle after angle, pouring on pressure until even Sasuke's perfect counters couldn't keep up. They went at it for 15 minutes without stopping. No jutsu, no weapons, just hands and feet and bodies in motion, kicking up dust in the clearing, and Kakashi watched from his stump with his eye wide open now, the lazy pretense completely abandoned. Because what he was seeing shouldn't have been possible. Two academy students fighting at low Chunin level, using a clan-restricted taijutsu style with a fluency that took most Uchiha years to develop. The blonde one Minato's son, with his blue eyes and his impossible chakra moving with a grace that was entirely Mikoto's, right down to the way he pivoted on his back foot during transitions. The dark-haired one Fugaku's son, the last Uchiha activating a fully matured Sharingan at 12 years old and using it with the cold efficiency of someone who'd been born to it. Kakashi's hand drifted unconsciously to his own covered eye. The one beneath the headband, the borrowed one. In the clearing, Naruto landed a hit, a solid strike to Sasuke's ribs that sent the Uchiha boy skidding back 3 feet. Sasuke caught himself, spat, and came back in with a spinning kick that Naruto blocked with both forearms, and the impact sent a crack through the ground beneath Naruto's feet. Your guard drops on the left when you transition from the second form to the third, Naruto said between breaths. Ka-chan fixed that in me when I was 9. Your footwork is sloppy on retreats, Sasuke shot back. You overcommit to the forward stance. Father's instructors would have beaten that out of you in a week. Good thing I had a better teacher. Sasuke's eyes flashed. He surged forward faster than before, Sharingan spinning, and this time he didn't just read Naruto's movements. He anticipated them, stringing together a combination that pushed Naruto back step by step, forcing him out of the interceptor style and into raw improvisation. Naruto grinned. It was the first genuine expression he'd worn since last night. Not happy, nothing about this was happy but alive. Electric. The feeling of meeting someone who could actually push him, who could take what he dished out and throw it back harder. He dropped the taijutsu stance entirely, brought his hands up in a cross seal that Sasuke didn't recognize. Shadow clone jutsu. 30 Narutos exploded into existence. Sasuke stumbled back. The clearing, which had contained 2 fighters a second ago, now contained 31, each one identical, each one solid, each one already moving. They fanned out, surrounding Sasuke in a ring, and Naruto, the real one, standing at the center, crossed his arms. She taught me this when I was 10, Naruto said. Standard clone jutsu doesn't work for me, too much chakra. So she went to the Hokage, got special permission for the shadow clone variant, and taught me herself. She said it was the first technique my birth mother mastered too. Sasuke stood in the center of the ring, Sharingan active, head turning slowly as he tracked the clones. His expression was unreadable. Then he laughed, not the broken, almost laugh from the apartment. A real laugh, sharp, incredulous, edged with something that might have been despair or might have been wonder. 30 shadow clones, Sasuke said. Solid shadow clones, you're 12. So are you, and you've got a fully matured Sharingan. Fair point, Sasuke's hands moved. Tiger, snake, ram. Fire style. Grand fireball jutsu. The blast of flame that roared from Sasuke's mouth was enormous, far larger than a genin should have been capable of, fed by anger and grief, and the desperate need to prove that he was still something in a world where everything had been taken from him. It swept through the closest rank of shadow clones and erased them in bursts of smoke. The remaining clones charged. The fight that followed was spectacular and terrible. Sasuke, alone against 20 clones and the real Naruto, burning through them with fire and taijutsu and the vicious creativity of a boy who'd been raised to be the best. Naruto, replenishing his clones as fast as Sasuke destroyed them, testing the Sharingan's limits, pushing Sasuke harder and harder to see what he could take. What Sasuke could take, it turned out, was quite a lot. Kakashi called it after 30 minutes. By then, the clearing looked like a battlefield, craters, scorch marks, gouged earth. Both boys were breathing hard, dripping sweat, sporting bruises that would be spectacular by morning. Neither was willing to admit they were done. Enough, Kakashi said, and he was standing now no longer on the stump, and his posture had shifted in ways that both boys noticed. More alert, more serious, more interested. "You've made your point." "Which point is that?" Naruto asked, wiping blood from a split lip. "That Mikoto Uchiha was possibly the most effective shinobi instructor this village has produced in a generation, and that both of you are operating at a level that makes the academy completely irrelevant." Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a look, and it was something that hadn't been there that morning, not friendship, not yet, but the beginning of mutual respect. The acknowledgement that they were each the only person who could give the other a real fight. "The academy graduation is in 3 weeks, Kakashi continued. "You'll both pass at the top of your class. After that, you're on my team, and the training we're going to do," he paused, and for the first time, something that might have been a smile was visible beneath his mask. "Well, let's say I have a lot to work with." They returned to the apartment as the sun was setting. Kakashi left them at the door, promising to be back in the morning, reminding them to stay inside, and vanishing in a swirl of leaves that was entirely unnecessary but appropriately dramatic. Naruto made dinner. Rice, miso soup, grilled fish, simple, the kind of meal Ka-chan used to make in the tunnels when she could smuggle fresh ingredients down. Sasuke watched him cook with an expression that shifted through several stages of recognition. The way Naruto held the knife, the way he seasoned the fish. Small things. Mikoto things they ate in silence. Not uncomfortable silence, the silence of two people who had burned through enough words and violence for one day and had nothing left but the quiet. After dinner, Naruto washed the dishes. Sasuke dried them. They moved around each other in the small kitchen with a surprising lack of awkwardness. As if the fight at the training ground had recalibrated something between them, knocked loose the worst of the tension, and left something more workable in its place. As Naruto set the last plate on the rack, Sasuke said, "My mother used to hum while she cooked." Naruto went still. "A melody," Sasuke continued, not looking at him, focused on the cup he was drying. "I don't know the name. She said her mother taught it to her." Naruto knew the melody. It lived in his bones. She'd hummed it every night in the tunnels, a lullaby when he was small, background music when he was older. He hadn't heard it in his own head until just now, hearing Sasuke describe it, and the grief hit him fresh and raw and new. He hummed 3 notes. Just 3. Sasuke's hands stopped moving. The cup hung in the air between them, and his eyes were bright and wet, and he pressed his lips together so hard they went white. "Yeah," Sasuke said. His voice was barely a whisper. "That one!" The cup clinked softly against the counter. Sasuke turned and walked to his room without another word, and Naruto heard the door close, and then muffled, almost silent, audible only because the apartment was so damn quiet, the sound of Sasuke Uchiha finally crying. Naruto stood at the kitchen counter and listened, and his own eyes burned, and he let the tears fall because Ka-chan had taught him that crying wasn't weakness. Crying was pressure finding a release. The weakness was in pretending you didn't need one. He cried silently, standing at the sink, and across the hall, Sasuke cried behind a closed door, and neither of them acknowledged it, and neither of them needed to. Later, much later, when the apartment was dark and the village was quiet, and the moon hung low and heavy over the rooftops, Naruto sat on his bed and pulled up his shirt. The seal was there. It was always there, the spiral pattern on his stomach, black against his skin, visible only when he channeled chakra. He pressed his palm against it and felt the warmth beneath, the slow pulse of something enormous and ancient and patient. "You awake," he murmured. Silence. Then, deep in the space behind the seal, a rumble like distant thunder. "You know I don't sleep, boy." Ka-chan's gone, I am aware. I felt her chakra extinguish. Naruto closed his eyes. "The man in the council chamber, Danzo, he wants to put me in route. He wants to put us in route. Don't mistake his interest. It is not you he covets. It is me." Ka-chan said the same thing. The woman was perceptive. For a human, Naruto almost smiled. The Kyubai's backhanded compliments were oddly comforting. Ka-chan had explained the fox to him when he was 8, not as a monster, not as a force of nature, but as an intelligence. An ancient, powerful, deeply angry intelligence that had been imprisoned inside humans for generations and had every reason to hate the world. She'd told Naruto to respect the fox, to listen when it spoke, and to never, ever make promises he couldn't keep. "If Danzo comes for me," Naruto said, "I might need your help. You have barely scratched the surface of your own chakra, let alone mine. The woman was teaching you control before power, and she was right to do so. But if you are asking whether I will lend you strength when the time comes," the fox paused. When it spoke again, there was something in its voice that Naruto had never heard before. Not kindness, exactly, but proximity to it. "She treated me as a being, not a weapon. She spoke to me through the seal when you were small. Did you know that?" "No," Naruto whispered. "She asked me to protect you, not commanded. Asked. No human has asked anything of me in a very long time." The warmth behind the seal pulsed, stronger for a moment. "I will honor her request." For now, Naruto pulled his shirt down, lay back on the bed, stared at the ceiling. "Thank you," he said, and he meant it for the fox and for Ka-chan, and for whatever strange, impossible convergence of love and secrecy and sacrifice had brought him to this moment alive, trained, dangerous, and not alone. Across the hall, Sasuke's breathing had finally evened out. Asleep at last. Naruto closed his eyes and let himself drift, and for the first time since the screaming started, the world was quiet enough to rest. He dreamed of the tunnels, of warm tea and loose leaf scrolls and a woman's voice saying again, "Naruto. From the top, you almost had it that time." And in the dream, he got it right. Outside the apartment, invisible in the shadows of the adjacent rooftop, a figure crouched motionless in the dark. Not Anbu the Anbu were on the other side of the building, watching the front entrance. This figure was positioned at the back, in the blind spot, wearing a blank white mask with no markings at all. Root. The operative watched the apartment for 17 minutes. Catalogued the window positions, the interior layout visible through gaps in the curtains, the patrol patterns of the Anbu guards. Then it produced a small scroll, wrote a coded message in precise mechanical characters, and sent it via an ink snake that dissolved into the shadows and slithered toward the eastern district, toward Danzo's compound. Toward the next move, the operative vanished. The night continued, and in the apartment, the two sons of Mikoto Uchiha slept at last, unaware that the game had already begun, but not unprepared. Never that, she'd made sure of it. Chapter 3. Fire in the blood, Naruto woke to the sound of a wire being tripped. Not a loud sound, barely a whisper, the faintest ting of tensioned metal releasing, but Ka-chan had trained him to sleep like a shinobi, which meant he didn't really sleep at all. His body rested. His mind floated in a shallow pool somewhere between dreams and awareness, and the smallest wrong sound was enough to drag him to the surface. He was on his feet before his eyes were fully open, kunai in hand, barefoot on the cold floor. The apartment was dark, deep dark, the kind that meant the streetlights outside had been extinguished, and streetlights in Konoha didn't go out on their own. The wire he'd heard was one of 3 he'd strung across the windows before bed. Ka-chan's lesson, first week of training, age 4. Always know your exits, and always know when someone's coming through them. The wire on the kitchen window had been disturbed. Not broken, tripped, and carefully reset, which was worse, because it meant whoever was out there knew about tripwires and was good enough to handle them. Naruto moved through the apartment on silent feet, his chakra pulled tight against his body to minimize his signature. The hallway was clear. The front door was still locked, the seal he'd placed on it undisturbed. He passed Sasuke's room, the door was open, and Sasuke wasn't in bed. Naruto found him in the kitchen, pressed flat against the wall beside the window, kunai out, sharing an active. The red glow of his eyes was the only light in the room. They looked at each other. No words. Sasuke held up 2 fingers, then pointed at the window and then at the front door. 2 contacts, one at each entry point. Naruto nodded. He held up his own hand and made a subtle gesture one Ka-chan had taught him, adapted from Anbu field signs. "I'll take the window, you take the door. On my signal." Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He didn't know the sign language, but he read the intention from the gesture, from the positioning, from the same tactical instinct that Mikoto had cultivated in both of them, and he nodded. Naruto moved to the kitchen window, pressed his back against the wall on the opposite side from Sasuke, extended his senses outward, the way Ka-chan had drilled into him not with his eyes, not with his ears, but with his chakra, feeling for the disturbances in the ambient energy that indicated living bodies. There. 2 signatures at the window, not 2-3. He'd missed the third because it was suppressed almost to nothing, a technique he recognized from Ka-chan's descriptions of elite operatives. Anbu-level suppression. No, better than Anbu root, he revised. 4 signatures. 2 at the window, 1 at the front door, and 1 the faintest trace directly above them. On the roof, where are our Anbu guards? The question flickered through his mind and was immediately answered by its own implications. The Anbu were gone, neutralized or redeployed, which meant this had been coordinated, which meant Danzo had moved faster than anyone expected. Naruto caught Sasuke's eye and held up 4 fingers. Sasuke's jaw tightened. 4 opponents, both of them in their sleep clothes, in a confined space with limited mobility. Bad odds for most people. Naruto wasn't most people. He made the shadow clone seal silent, no verbal component, pure muscle memory, and 2 clones materialized in the darkness beside him. He sent one to the front door and kept the other at his side. Then he took a slow breath, gathered chakra in his legs, and waited. The window exploded inward. 2 figures came through the glass in perfect synchronization, black-clad, blank-masked, moving with the mechanical precision that Ka-chan had described when she told him about root operatives. No wasted motion. No hesitation. Tanto drawn, already cutting the air where Naruto's head had been a half-second ago. But Naruto wasn't there. He dropped, rolled under the strike, and come up inside the first operative's guard. His kunai punched into the figure's shoulder. He aimed for non-lethal. These were Konoha shinobi, even if they were Danzo's puppets, and the operative staggered, and Naruto was already spinning to meet the second. The second root agent was faster. The Tanto came down in a vertical slash that Naruto barely deflected, the impact jarring up his arm, and then the agent's free hand formed a seal, and Naruto felt a genjutsu slam against his mind like a fist against a locked door. It bounced off. The Kyuubi's chakra surged reflexively, shredding the illusion before it could take hold, and Naruto used the agent's moment of surprise to drive a palm strike into their sternum that sent them crashing back through the broken window. At the front door, the third operative had engaged Naruto's clone and was cutting through it with methodical efficiency. The clone popped. The operative came through the doorway at speed, Tanto leading, and ran directly into Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan tracked the blade like it was moving through water. He sidestepped, caught the operative's wrist, and redirected the Tanto into the doorframe with a technique that was pure interceptor style, Mikoto's style. The same redirect and counter philosophy she'd taught Naruto, but executed with the Sharingan's predictive advantage. The operative wrenched free, drew a second blade, and went into a 2-weapon form that was designed for close-quarters killing. Sasuke met it head-on. The hallway was too narrow for grand techniques. This was knife work, fast and dirty, blades flickering in the dark. Sasuke fought with a precision that was almost mechanical, his Sharingan reading every move before it landed, his body responding with the fluid economy of motion that came from years of dedicated training. Naruto dealt with the first operative, the one he'd stabbed in the shoulder, by putting it down with a chakra-enhanced strike to the back of the head. The figure crumpled. He spun toward the window, searching for the one he'd knocked outside, and felt the air pressure change above him, the roof. The fourth operative came through the ceiling, not through a hole through the ceiling itself, dissolving the material with some kind of jutsu that turned solid wood to dust, dropping into the kitchen in a shower of debris. This one was different from the others. Bigger. Faster. The blank mask was the same, but the chakra signature was heavier, denser, and the way it moved spoke of decades of combat experience. The operative's hand was already forming seals before it finished landing. Wind-style Naruto recognized the chakra nature from the way the air twisted and compressed, and he threw himself sideways as a blade of pressurized air carved a furrow through the kitchen floor where he'd been standing. Sasuke! Down! Sasuke dropped flat. The wind blade continued through the hallway and punched a hole in the far wall. The operative didn't pause. It followed up with a second wind jutsu, then a third, turning the apartment into a kill box of cutting air. Naruto's hands came together. Not in the shadow clone seal this time. Ka-chan had taught him 3 elemental affinities. Wind, which was his natural inclination. Water, which she'd painstakingly helped him develop. And a rudimentary understanding of fire, taught more as theory than practice, because fire was the Uchiha's domain and she wanted him to understand what he might face. But she'd also taught him something else. Something that wasn't in any academy textbook, that she'd learned from studying Kushina's notes and cross-referencing them with Uzumaki clan scrolls she'd acquired through channels Naruto never asked about. Chakra chains. They erupted from Naruto's back, 4 of them, golden white, blazing with raw chakra, whipping through the air like living things. They were his mother's technique, Kushina's technique. The adamantine sealing chains, the Uzumaki bloodline ability that had once held the 9 tails itself at bay. Naruto's version was rougher, less refined. He could only maintain 4 chains for a limited time, and they drained him significantly, but in a confined space against a single opponent, they were devastating. 2 chains slammed into the root operative's midsection, wrapping around the torso like constricting snakes. A third caught the arm that was forming seals, yanking it sideways and breaking the jutsu. The 4th lashed across the room and pinned the operative against the wall with enough force to crack the plaster. The operative struggled. The chains held. Naruto poured chakra into them, gritting his teeth against the drain, and the golden links blazed brighter. "Who sent you?" Naruto said. His voice was calm, conversational, the voice of someone who already knew the answer but wanted to hear it spoken aloud. The operative said nothing. Behind the blank mask, there was nothing, no anger, no fear, no personality, root conditioning, emotional suppression. Exactly what Ka-chan had described. Sasuke appeared in the kitchen doorway, breathing hard. The 3rd operative was down behind him, unconscious, from the angle of the body. Sasuke's eyes went to the chains, and for a moment his Sharingan spun, rapidly analyzing, recording, trying to understand what he was seeing. "Those aren't Uchiha techniques," Sasuke said. "No, they're Uzumaki." Naruto's focus stayed on the pinned operative. "My birth mother's Kekkei Genkai. Ka-chan found the scrolls and helped me unlock it." Sasuke stared at the chains, at the raw chakra pouring off them, at the way they held a fully trained root operative immobile against a wall. And something in his expression shifted, not jealousy, not quite, but the recalibration of a boy who was realizing that the person standing next to him was something more than he'd estimated. "There are 4 of them," Naruto said, "counting this one, all root. Danzo sent them?" "You're sure?" Blank masks, no identifying marks, emotional conditioning, coordinated infiltration of a Hokage-assigned safe house. Naruto looked at him. "Who else?" The sound of rapid footsteps on the roof, multiple people moving fast. Naruto tensed, but the chakra signatures were familiar. Anbu. Real Anbu, arriving far too late, which confirmed his suspicion that they'd been deliberately pulled away. A figure dropped through the hole in the ceiling and landed in the wreckage of the kitchen. Dog Mask, one of the operatives from last night. "We received a false redeployment order," the Anbu said, taking in the scene, the broken window, the unconscious bodies, the 12-year-old boy holding a root agent against the wall with glowing chakra chains. "By the time we realized, we handled it," Naruto said. He released the chains. They dissolved into motes of light, and the root operative slumped to the floor. Unconscious Naruto had channeled a pulse of disruptive chakra through the chains at the last moment, overloading the operative's system. 4 root agents, all alive. "Take them to the Hokage and tell him Danzo moved tonight." The Anbu hesitated. Not because the order was wrong, but because it had come from a 12-year-old, and the dissonance of that was hard to process. "Now," Naruto added, and his voice carried something that made the Anbu move. Not authority, exactly. Certainty. The absolute, unshakable certainty of someone who knew what needed to happen and wasn't interested in debating it. The Anbu moved. The root operatives were collected, bound, and removed. Naruto and Sasuke were left standing in their destroyed apartment, surrounded by broken glass and shattered plaster and the dust of a ceiling that no longer existed. Sasuke looked at the mess, looked at Naruto. "You strung tripwires before bed. Every night, Ka-chan's rule." "She never taught me that. She didn't think you needed it. You were sleeping inside the compound, surrounded by clan. You were safe." Naruto paused. "I was the secret. Secrets need tripwires." Something moved across Sasuke's face, not hurt, but the shadow of it. The realization, again, that his mother had lived a double life, and the version of her that Naruto knew had been harder, more tactical, more paranoid than the version Sasuke had grown up with, but also more complete. The full Mikoto. Kunoichi and mother, warrior and caretaker, operating on multiple levels simultaneously, keeping two boys alive through radically different strategies tailored to their radically different circumstances. "You could have died tonight," Sasuke said quietly. "So could you? I didn't have chakra chains to save me. No, you had a fully matured Sharingan and the Uchiha Interceptor style and enough fire jutsu to melt through a wall. You handled your operative in less than 30 seconds. I counted." Naruto met his eyes. "Stop comparing. She raised us both for a reason." Sasuke held his gaze for a long beat. Then something in him loosened, not much, barely perceptible, but Naruto saw it. A fractional release of the tension that Sasuke carried in his shoulders, his jaw, his fists. The beginning of something that wasn't quite trust, but was adjacent to it. "We need a better safe house," Sasuke said. "Agreed." The Hokage arrived 40 minutes later, flanked by two Anbu and looking like a man who had been dragged from his bed by the scruff of his conscience. He surveyed the apartment, the damage, the hole in the ceiling, and his expression hardened in a way that aged him 5 years. "I've already spoken to the Anbu commander about the false redeployment order," Hiruzen said. "It was a sophisticated forgery. Danzo will deny involvement, and we won't be able to prove otherwise. Root operatives carry no identifying markers, as you've no doubt noticed." "So he gets away with it," Sasuke said, and his voice was the cold, controlled fury that Naruto was beginning to recognize as his default mode. "For now." The Hokage's pipe was in his hand but unlit. He turned it over between his fingers, a nervous habit, Naruto suspected, or a thinking one. "Danzo is embedded deeply in the village's power structure. He has allies on the council, resources outside my direct control, and the political cover of decades of service. I cannot move against him openly without evidence that the council will accept." "Then we get evidence," Naruto said. "You are 12 years old. And 4 root agents just tried to abduct me from a Hokage-assigned safe house. Age seems less relevant than competence at this point." The Hokage looked at him, and Naruto saw the conflict in the old man's eyes, the part of him that wanted to protect these boys warring with the part that recognized they were past the point of protection. They'd already been tested, and they'd already won. "Kakashi will be with you at all times going forward," the Hokage said finally. "I'm moving you to a secure location, not an apartment. A proper safe house with defensive seals and round-the-clock Anbu coverage that answers directly to me, not through any chain of command that Danzo can compromise." "The tunnels," Naruto said. Hiruzen blinked. "What?" "The tunnels under the Uchiha compound. That's the safe house. Ka-chan spent 12 years fortifying them. Seals, barriers, concealed exits, supply caches. There's nowhere more secure in this village. The compound is still a crime scene." "The tunnels aren't. They were never breached during the massacre. Itachi either didn't know about them or chose not to enter them. Either way, everything down there is intact." The Hokage considered this. Naruto watched him think, watched the calculation happen behind the old man's eyes, weighing politics against practicality, symbolism against security. The optics of placing you in the Uchiha district, Hiruzen began, are exactly right. Sasuke stepped forward and his voice carried a weight that stopped the hawkage mid-sentence. I'm the last Uchiha. The compound is my inheritance. I'm choosing to return to it, and I'm choosing to bring Naruto with me. That's clan prerogative, and it's within my rights under the village charter. Naruto almost smiled. Sasuke had been paying attention. The hawkage exhaled slowly. Nodded. Very well. I'll have the tunnel entrance secured and the compound perimeter reinforced. Kakashi will accompany you. They moved that morning. The compound was different in daylight. The bodies were gone, removed by Anbu teams working through the night, but the bloodstains remained, dark and oxidized on stone and wood. And the silence was a physical thing, heavy and accusatory. Naruto walked through the streets he'd glimpsed from tunnels and rooftops for 12 years, and every step felt wrong without the murmur of life that should have filled them. Sasuke walked ahead. His back was rigid, his eyes fixed forward. He didn't look at the bloodstains, didn't look at the empty houses with their doors still hanging open. He moved through the compound like a man walking through fire, refusing to flinch, burning from the inside. They reached the main house. It had been partially repaired, the smashed wall shored up with temporary supports. The worst of the damage cleared. But the room where Mikoto had died was untouched, the bloodstain on the floor dark and permanent, and Naruto paused in the hallway outside it and pressed his hand to the wall and breathed. This way, he said, and led Sasuke to the hidden panel. The mechanism was still functioning. The panel swung inward, revealing the narrow passage that sloped down into darkness, and cool air rose from below carrying the scent of stone and old ink that hit Naruto like a fist to the heart. Home. He went down first. The passage opened into the heartroom, exactly as he'd left it, the scroll still on the floor where it had fallen from his lap. The 3 kunai still embedded in the target across the room, the blue curtain still hanging over his sleeping alcove, the cooking pot cold on its burner. Sasuke emerged from the passage behind him and stopped. The heartroom wasn't large, maybe 30 feet across, circular, with a high ceiling that had been reinforced with jutsu-carved stone supports. But Mikoto had made it feel like a home. The walls were lined with shelves that held scrolls, books, training equipment, medical supplies. A low table sat in the center, surrounded by cushions, with a tea set that Naruto recognized as the one Ka-chan had used every morning. In one corner, the training area, targets, a wooden practice dummy, weapons racks. In another, the sleeping alcove behind its blue curtain, a futon, a pillow, a small shelf with adventure novels. Sasuke looked at all of it. His Sharingan was active involuntary again, stress triggered, and Naruto knew it was recording everything, every detail, every trace of Mikoto's presence. She built this, Sasuke said, over 12 years, a little at a time. Sasuke walked to the bookshelf. His fingers traced the spines of the scrolls, taijutsu forms, chakra theory, fuinjutsu basics, medical ninjutsu introductions. All labeled in Mikoto's precise handwriting. He pulled one out, unrolled it slightly, and Naruto saw his throat work. This is her advanced interceptor curriculum, Sasuke said. The one she said was for Uchiha adults only. She told me I'd learn it when I was 14. She started teaching it to me at 10. Sasuke's hand tightened on the scroll. For a moment, Naruto thought the anger would return. The why him? Why not me fury that was entirely justified and entirely beside the point. But Sasuke just nodded slowly and rolled the scroll back up and replaced it on the shelf. She gave you everything she had, Sasuke said, not accusation. Observation. She gave you a normal childhood, dinners at the table, your father's approval, a clan, a family in the open, not hidden in a hole in the ground. Naruto picked up the scroll from the floor, his chakra compression exercise, abandoned the night everything ended. She gave us different things because we needed different things. That's not favoritism. That's motherhood. Sasuke turned to look at him. The Sharingan faded, leaving just dark eyes, and in them Naruto saw something he hadn't seen before, the first flicker of understanding. Not forgiveness, that was still far away, but the beginning of comprehension. The willingness to see Mikoto's choices as complex rather than simply betraying. Kakashi dropped through the passage entrance with the casual grace of a cat landing on a high shelf. He looked around the heart room and even his carefully maintained indifference cracked. She really was something, Kakashi murmured. Then he straightened. All right, you've got your safe house. Now let's talk about what happens next. They sat around the low table, three of them, like a team briefing, the tea set between them unused because none of them could bring themselves to make tea in Mikoto's pot. Not yet. Academy graduation is in 18 days, Kakashi said. Both of you will attend and graduate normally. I don't want either of you demonstrating your actual skill level in the exam. Score high enough to pass, low enough to avoid attention. Naruto frowned. Ka-chan didn't raise me to hide. She raised you to be strategic. There's a difference. Kakashi leaned forward. Right now, Danzo knows you're dangerous, but he doesn't know how dangerous. He sent 4 root agents after you, good operatives, but not the best. Probing. Testing. If you'd been overwhelmed, he'd have used the abduction to strengthen his position. Since you weren't, he'll escalate. But he'll only escalate proportionally to the threat he perceives. You want to control his perception of us, Sasuke said. I want to give us time. Time to train. Time to build the political case against him. Time for the Hokage to maneuver. Kakashi's eye was serious. You are both extraordinarily capable. That is not in question. But capability without strategy is just spectacle, and spectacle draws fire. Naruto considered this. It went against every instinct, the desire to show the world what he could do. To stand in the open and dare anyone to try what Root had tried, but beneath the instinct, Ka-chan's voice whispered. Power is knowing what to show and when to show it. The strongest technique is the one your enemy doesn't know you have. Fine, Naruto said. We play it quiet at the academy, but the training doesn't stop. The training intensifies. Kakashi stood, moved to the open area of the heart room, the training section, and pulled his headband up, revealing his left eye. The Sharingan stared out from Kakashi's face, red and spinning, and Sasuke went rigid. Where did you get that? Sasuke's voice was barely controlled. A gift. From my teammate? An Uchiha named Obito who died saving my life when we were your age. Kakashi met Sasuke's stare evenly. I've carried his eye for nearly 2 decades. It's the reason the Hokage assigned me to you, not just because I knew Naruto's father, because I understand the Sharingan, its capabilities, its limitations, and what it costs. Sasuke's expression went through several rapid transitions: shock, anger, possessiveness, and then, gradually, something else: curiosity. Here was a non-Uchiha who had wielded the Sharingan for years, who had adapted it, integrated it, built an entire fighting style around a single transplanted eye. Whatever Sasuke felt about that, the tactical implications were undeniable. Teach me, Sasuke said. The same words he'd said to Naruto the night before, but directed differently now. Not a request for connection, a demand for power. I intend to. Kakashi covered the eye again. Both of you. Mikoto gave you an extraordinary foundation. I'm going to build on it. We have 18 days before graduation, and whatever comes after, I plan to use every one of them. They trained. Not the way the academy trained, not drills and repetition and theory lectures. Kakashi trained them the way field operatives were trained. Hard, fast, and in conditions that simulated real danger. The tunnels were perfect for it. Multiple chambers, varying terrain, confined spaces that forced adaptation and punished rigidity. Day 1, Kakashi tested their individual limits. He sparred with each of them separately, using increasing levels of his own ability, escalating until he found the point where they couldn't keep up. For Sasuke, that point was mid-Jonin level impressive, terrifying for a 12-year-old, but ultimately limited by physical maturity and chakra reserves. For Naruto, the point was harder to find. His reserves were functionally limitless. His shadow clones multiplied his combat presence exponentially. And the chakra chains which Kakashi studied with intense, barely concealed fascination gave him a versatility that most Jonin would envy. Your ceiling is higher than his. Kakashi told Naruto privately during a break while Sasuke worked on fire jutsu in another chamber. Significantly higher. The Kyuubi alone makes you a strategic asset that most villages would go to war over. Add the chakra chains, the shadow clones, and Mikoto's training, he shook his head. You're going to be a monster, Naruto, in the best sense of the word. And Sasuke? Sasuke is a prodigy in the classical Uchiha mold. The Sharingan will continue to evolve. His fire release is already beyond most Chunin. And he has something you don't, the ability to copy and adapt techniques on sight. Given time and exposure, his versatility will rival yours. Kakashi paused. But that's not what concerns me about Sasuke. The anger. The anger. Kakashi nodded. He's holding it together better than anyone has a right to expect. But it's there. The grief, the fury at Itachi, the confusion about Mikoto's secret, it's all compressed, held down by willpower and pride. If it detonates at the wrong moment, it won't. Naruto said it with a conviction that surprised even him. I won't let it. Kakashi studied him for a long moment. She really did raise you to take care of people, didn't she? Naruto didn't answer because the answer was obvious. Day 3, Kakashi introduced team dynamics. He put them against each other, then with each other, then against him simultaneously, cycling through configurations designed to teach them how their individual strengths complemented. It was rough at first. Naruto and Sasuke had spent 3 days in each other's orbit, and the friction was real. They were too similar in some ways, stubborn, proud, unable to concede a point, and too different in others. Naruto's instinct was to overwhelm, Sasuke's was to outmaneuver, and these approaches clashed in tight quarters. Their first attempt at a coordinated assault on Kakashi ended with them getting in each other's way, crashing into each other, and being casually dropped by a Jonin who wasn't even trying. Again, Kakashi said from atop the wooden training dummy where he'd perched like a particularly smug scarecrow. They went again. And again. And each time the coordination improved, not smoothly, not linearly, but in jerky, painful increments, like 2 gears grinding until they found their mesh. By day 5, they could fight as a unit for sustained periods without interfering. By day 8, they were beginning to anticipate each other, Naruto creating openings with clones and chains that Sasuke exploited with Sharingan-enhanced precision. Sasuke drawing attention and reading patterns that Naruto used to position overwhelming force. It wasn't seamless, it wasn't pretty. But it was effective, and it was getting better. On day 10, Kakashi stopped them mid-spar and said, "That combination you just ran, the clone feint to fire release to chain bind. Where did you learn that?" Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other. Neither of them had consciously designed the combination. It had emerged organically, built from shared foundations, the same taijutsu base, the same tactical philosophy, the same teacher's voice in both their heads saying, "Control the space, dictate the terms, never let your opponent choose the battlefield." She taught us the same fundamentals. Naruto said slowly, "We just built on them differently. When we fight together, the pieces fit. Brothers in training, if not in blood," Kakashi murmured. "She planned this, she must have. Teaching both of you the same interceptor base, knowing that one day she didn't plan the massacre." Sasuke cut in sharp. "She didn't plan for us to fight together because she didn't plan for everyone she loved to die." Silence. Kakashi dipped his head in acknowledgement. "You're right, I'm sorry." He straightened. "Take 5, then we're doing elemental combination drills." Sasuke stalked off to the far side of the chamber. Naruto watched him go, then turned to Kakashi. "He's getting better," Naruto said quietly. "The anger spikes are less frequent. You're monitoring his emotional state while training. Ka-chan would want me to." Kakashi's visible eye crinkled. "You know, Minato would have liked you. He was the same way, tactical mind with a caretaker's heart. Drove his teammates crazy." Naruto filed that away. Every scrap of information about his birth parents went into a growing collection inside his chest, pieces of a picture he was assembling one fragment at a time. Ka-chan had given him the broad strokes, Minato's genius, Kushina's fire, their love story, their sacrifice. Kakashi was giving him the details. On day 14, something happened that changed everything. Naruto was training alone in the deepest chamber of the tunnel system, the one Ka-chan had used for high-energy jutsu practice, reinforced with so many structural seals that you could set off an explosive tag inside it without disturbing the surface. He was working on chakra chain projection, trying to extend his range beyond 30 feet, pushing against the limit that had frustrated him for months. The chains lashed out, struck the far wall, and held 32 feet, then 35. He gritted his teeth and pushed harder, and the chains blazed brighter, and the Kyuubi's chakra stirred behind the seal not aggressively, more like a sleeping giant rolling over, and a thread of red wove into the golden chains. The range doubled, 60 feet, 70. The chains punched through the reinforced stone wall like it was paper, extending into the tunnel beyond, and Naruto felt a rush of power that was simultaneously exhilarating and terrifying. This wasn't his chakra alone. This was the fox's strength, blending with his own, amplifying rather than overwhelming. He held it for 10 seconds. 20. Then the strain caught up and he released the chains and dropped to one knee, gasping. Interesting, the Kyuubi rumbled. You didn't reject my chakra, you integrated it? Ka-chan's control exercises, Naruto panted. She spent 2 years teaching me to blend different chakra natures. She said the principle would apply to you eventually. The woman understood more about Fuinjutsu than she had any right to. Uzumaki knowledge in Uchiha hands. A pause. You will need this. The old hawk is not finished with you, Danzo. His operatives failed. He will not send operatives again. He will come himself, or he will create circumstances that force the village to hand you over. He is patient and he is resourceful, and he does not accept failure. Naruto stood, wiped sweat from his face, looked at the hole he'd punched in the reinforced wall, a wall designed to withstand explosive jutsu, and felt the implications settle over him. He was getting stronger. Rapidly. The foundation Ka-chan had built was proving itself exactly as she designed it. A platform for exponential growth. A framework that could absorb and channel increasingly massive amounts of power without breaking down. Every new technique he learned, every increment of control he gained, multiplied through his reserves and his clones and his chains into something geometrically larger than the sum of its parts. He wasn't just a Jinchuriki who happened to be well trained. He was becoming something that Konoha had never seen before. Good, Naruto said to the empty room, and meant it. That evening he found the scroll. He almost missed it. He was reorganizing the supply cache in the heart room, a project he'd been putting off, because touching Ka-chan's things still hurt in ways he couldn't articulate when his hand brushed a section of wall behind the lowest shelf that felt different. Smoother. Sealed. He pressed chakra into it, and a hidden compartment opened. Inside was a single scroll, sealed with a blood lock keyed to 2 signatures. He recognized Ka-chan's immediately, the familiar pattern of her chakra, preserved in the dried blood on the seal. The second signature was unfamiliar. He pressed his thumb to the seal, and it didn't open. The blood lock required both keys. He was about to set it aside when he noticed the writing on the scroll's exterior. Ka-chan's handwriting in small, precise characters for Naruto and Sasuke when they are ready. His heart stopped. She'd prepared this. Hidden it in the tunnels, sealed it with a dual lock, addressed it to both of them, not to Naruto alone, to both sons. He brought it to Sasuke immediately. They sat at the low table in the heart room, the same table where Naruto had eaten 1,000 meals with Ka-chan, where they'd studied scrolls and played shogi and argued about the best ramen toppings, and the sealed scroll sat between them like an unexploded tag. Her blood and mine, Sasuke said, studying the seal. That's what the dual lock requires. Her chakra signature is already embedded. It needs an Uchiha signature to complete the pair. She set it up so only we could open it, together. Sasuke bit his thumb, pressed the blood to the seal beside Mikoto's preserved signature. The scroll glowed, pulsed, and the lock released. They unrolled it together. It wasn't a jutsu scroll. It wasn't a training manual. It was a letter, pages and pages in Mikoto's handwriting, dense and careful, and as Naruto read the first lines, his breath caught in his throat. "My sons, if you are reading this, then I am gone, and the secret I kept has been revealed. I am sorry. Not for keeping it, I would do it again, every time, without hesitation, but for the pain its revelation will cause you. Both of you. You deserved better than a mother who had to divide her love into compartments and hide half of it underground." Naruto's vision blurred. He blinked hard and kept reading. "There are things I need you to know, things I could not tell you while I was alive, because the knowledge itself was dangerous. I am telling you now because you will need it to survive what is coming. The Uchiha massacre, if it has happened, as I fear, it was not the act of a single madman." Itachi did not wake one morning and decide to destroy his family. He was placed in an impossible position by forces within this village that have been working for years to neutralize the Uchiha clan. Sasuke's hand, flat on the table beside the scroll, clenched into a fist. Naruto kept reading, aloud now because Sasuke's eyes had gone to Sharingan and the words were swimming. The Uchiha clan was planning a coup against the village. This is true. Fugaku was at its center. I knew about it, opposed it, and was overruled. The clan's grievances were legitimate decades of marginalization, surveillance, forced relocation to the compound after the Nine Tails attack. But the response was not. A coup would have started a civil war within Konoha and left the village vulnerable to external attack. Itachi was placed as a double agent by the village leadership, by the Hokage's council within the clan's conspiracy. He reported to the Hokage. He tried to negotiate a peaceful solution. He failed. And when he failed, a man named Danzo Shimura gave him an ultimatum: destroy the clan, or the clan would be destroyed anyway, along with everyone in the village who might be caught in the crossfire, including Sasuke, including Naruto. Itachi chose the option that killed fewer people. I do not forgive him for it, but I understand it, and you must understand it too, because Danzo is the true architect of what happened, and he is still alive, and he will come for you. Naruto stopped reading. The heart room was silent, except for the faint drip of groundwater somewhere in the tunnels and the harsh rhythm of Sasuke's breathing. Keep going, Sasuke said. His voice was a blade. Naruto turned to the next page. Attached to this letter, sealed in a separate compartment within this scroll, are documents. Communications between Danzo and the Uchiha clan's conspirators. Transcripts of council meetings that were never officially recorded. Orders, signed orders, in Danzo's hand authorizing Root to escalate tensions between the clan and the village. Danzo did not just allow the massacre. He engineered the conditions that made it inevitable. These documents are the weapon I could not wield while alive. If I had revealed them, Danzo would have killed me and destroyed the evidence. But I could not let them be lost. So I sealed them here, in the place that has kept my greatest secret safe for 12 years, and I trusted that my sons, both of my sons, would be strong enough and smart enough to use them when the time came. Be strong, be smart, be together. That last part is the most important. Neither of you can do this alone. Trust each other, fight for each other. That is not a suggestion. It is the last command of your mother, and I expect it to be obeyed. All my love forever and after, Mikoto. The scroll contained a second sealed compartment, exactly as described. Naruto opened it with trembling hands. Inside were documents, dozens of them, meticulously organized, cross-referenced, annotated in Mikoto's handwriting. Communications, transcripts, orders. A paper trail that led directly to Danzo Shimura's door. Naruto looked at Sasuke. Sasuke's face was wet. He wasn't bothering to hide it. The tears ran freely down his cheeks, and his Sharingan spun, recording every word of his mother's letter in perfect, permanent detail. She gave us a weapon, Sasuke said. She gave us the truth. That too. Sasuke wiped his face with the back of his hand. What do we do with it? We take it to the Hokage. And if the Hokage already knows, if he's part of this, Naruto considered that. Ka-chan's letter had mentioned the Hokage's council, had implicated the village leadership broadly. but she'd also entrusted Naruto to the Hokage's protection for 12 years. If she'd believed Hiruzen was the enemy, she wouldn't have done that. She trusted him, Naruto said. Not completely, not blindly, but enough to let him be part of my cover. If she thought he was Danzo's ally, she would have run, she would have taken me and vanished. Then we take it to him. Sasuke's voice hardened. And we make sure he uses it. No more political games, no more I can't move against Danzo without evidence. We just handed him the evidence. Now he moves, or we do. Naruto held out his hand, not a handshake, something more deliberate. An open palm offered across the table, across the scroll, across the words their mother had written for both of them. Sasuke looked at the hand, looked at Naruto's face. And for the first time since the night of the massacre, Naruto saw something in Sasuke's eyes that wasn't grief or anger or confusion. It was resolve. Sasuke clasped his hand. They went to find Kakashi. The Jonin was in the upper tunnel, running a perimeter check when Naruto and Sasuke found him. He took one look at their faces, the tear tracks, the hard eyes, the coiled intensity of two people who had found a purpose and straightened. What happened? Naruto held up the scroll. Ka-chan left us a message and evidence. Against Danzo. Kakashi's eye went sharp. He took the scroll, scanned the letter, then opened the document compartment and went very, very still. For a full minute, Kakashi rayed. The color drained from his visible skin, what little was showing above the mask, and his hand tightened on the scroll until the edges crumpled. She had this the entire time, Kakashi whispered. She gathered this while raising both of you, while maintaining your cover while he looked up. Do you understand what this is? Danzo's death warrant, Naruto said, if it reaches the right hands, if it's presented correctly. If Danzo doesn't destroy it first. Kakashi rolled the scroll shut with careful, precise movements. We need to take this to the Hokage immediately, tonight, before Danzo has any possibility of learning it exists. They moved through the tunnels to the river exit, the one Naruto had used for years to get to the academy, emerging 3 blocks from the school near the riverbank. The night air was cool on their faces, and the village was quiet, and they moved in formation without discussing it. Kakashi ahead, Naruto and Sasuke flanking, 3 shadows flowing through back streets toward the Hokage Tower. They were 2 blocks from the tower when Naruto felt it. A chakra signature. No multiple signatures, suppressed but present, arranged in a pattern he recognized. Perimeter formation. Containment grid. Stop, he said. Kakashi had already stopped. His Sharingan eye was uncovered, scanning the rooftops, and his posture had shifted from transit to combat readiness in the space of a heartbeat. He knows, Kakashi said quietly. I don't know how, but he knows. Root operatives materialized from the shadows, not 4 like last time. 12. Arranged in a semicircle that blocked the path to the Hokage Tower, each one armed, each one suppressed to near invisibility, each one radiating the cold, mechanical focus of conditioned killers. And behind them, stepping from the darkness with the measured pace of a man who had all the time in the world, came Danzo Shimura. He was old. Older than the Hokage, though he carried it differently, not with weariness but with the preserved, almost mummified stillness of someone who had traded warmth for longevity. His single visible eye fixed on the scroll in Kakashi's hand, and his expression didn't change, but something in the air around him shifted. A darkening. A weight. Kakashi, Danzo said, I had hoped this would not be necessary. Then you shouldn't have sent root agents after children. Kakashi's voice was light, almost conversational, and completely at odds with the killing intent rolling off him in waves. Tends to escalate things. The Jinchuriki is a village asset. His placement should be determined by strategic necessity, not sentiment. Danzo's eye moved to Naruto. And whatever Mikoto Uchiha left behind in those tunnels is a matter of village security. So you are monitoring the tunnels, Naruto said. Surveillance seals? A flicker of something crossed Danzo's face. Annoyance, maybe, at having his method identified by a child. The Uchiha compound has been under observation for years, Danzo said, for precisely the reasons that recent events have demonstrated. A Jinchuriki, hidden within a clan planning a coup, the security implications, You engineered the coup." Sasuke stepped forward, and his Sharingan was blazing, and his voice carried a cold fury that stopped Danzo mid-sentence. "You pushed the clan into a corner and then used their desperation as justification. You turned my brother into a weapon and pointed him at his own family. And now you're here to destroy the proof." Danzo studied Sasuke with the detached interest of a man examining a specimen. "The Uchiha boy, emotional, predictable, like your father. My mother was the one who outsmarted you." Sasuke's smile was sharp enough to cut. "She gathered the evidence right under your surveillance, sealed it where your operatives couldn't reach, and gave it to the two people you'd never be able to control. Predictable enough for you," the knight went taut. 12 root operatives shifted into attack stances. Kakashi's hand moved to his kunai pouch. Naruto's chakra flared, and he felt the Kyuubi stir behind the seal, felt the red warmth of borrowed power rising to meet him. Danzo raised his hand. Not a jutsu seal, a command. His operatives held. "I did not come here for violence," Danzo said. "I came to offer a resolution. The documents in that scroll are politically volatile. Their release would destabilize the village at a time when stability is paramount. I propose they be entrusted to a joint oversight committee." "No!" Naruto said it the same way he'd said it in the council chamber. Flat, final, immovable. "Boy, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. My mother was Kushina Uzumaki. My father was Minato Namikaze. I was raised by Mikoto Uchiha, and you are a war criminal hiding behind a council seat." Naruto stepped forward, and the air around him shimmered with chakra, not red, not yet, but dense and hot and carrying the promise of something enormous. "You don't get to negotiate, you don't get to reframe, you don't get to manage this. Those documents go to the Hokage, and then to the full council, and then to the daimyo if necessary. Every single one, unredacted, and if you try to stop us," he raised his hand. 4 chakra chains erupted from his back, golden white, crackling with energy, extending outward until they formed a barrier between Danzo's forces and Kakashi's position. "You'll find out what she really taught me." The chains hummed in the night air. The root operatives shifted uncertainly, discipline held them in position, but instinct told them that the power radiating from this boy was beyond what they'd been briefed on. Beyond what anyone had expected. Danzo's eye moved from the chains to Naruto's face. For the first time, something genuine showed in his expression. Not fear. Men like Danzo didn't feel fear the way normal people did. Recognition. The understanding that the variable he'd been trying to control had moved beyond his ability to control it. "You'll regret this," Danzo said. "Maybe. But you'll regret it more." The standoff held for 10 seconds that felt like 10 years. Then Danzo raised his hand again, and the root operatives dissolved into the shadows, and the old man turned and walked back into the darkness, and his single eye never left Naruto's face until the night swallowed him entirely. Naruto released the chains. The effort hit him all at once, maintaining 4 chains at combat intensity, while suppressing the urge to let the Kyuubi loose had drained him more than he'd expected, and he swayed on his feet. Sasuke's hand caught his elbow, steadying him without a word. Kakashi let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "You just faced down one of the most dangerous men in the shinobi world and told him to his face that he was a war criminal. Was I wrong? Not even slightly. But the next time you decide to declare war on a shadow government, maybe give me a heads up first." They reached the Hokage Tower without further incident. Hiruzen was waiting awake, dressed, as if he'd sensed the confrontation from across the village, which, given his reputation, he very well might have. Kakashi placed the scroll on the Hokage's desk. Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side while the old man read. The Hokage's face went through changes as he read Mikoto's letter and examined the document's surprise, then understanding, then a grief so deep it seemed to age him in real time. When he reached the end, he set the scroll down and stared at his desk for a long, silent minute. "She was always braver than I was," Hiruzen said, so quietly it was almost to himself. Then he looked up. "This is everything we need. Everything I've been trying to build a case for over 15 years, and she gathered it from inside the very compound I was too cautious to search." He shook his head. "Mikoto, will you act?" Sasuke asked. "I will act." The Hokage's voice was iron. "Danzo Shimura will be brought before the full council and the daimyo's court. Root will be dismantled. This I swear to you." He looked at Naruto. "On the memory of your mother, both of them." Naruto nodded. Beside him, Sasuke nodded. And between them, invisible but unbreakable, something settled into place, a bond forged not in a single moment, but across 14 days of grief and fighting, and shared meals and whispered memories of a woman who had loved them enough to prepare for a future she would not live to see. They walked back to the compound together. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke, moving through the empty streets as the first gray light of pre-dawn touched the eastern sky. The village was beginning to wake, a shopkeeper opening shutters, a cat darting across a rooftop, the distant crow of a rooster. At the compound gate, Kakashi paused. "Get some sleep, both of you, I mean it." "Will Danzo retaliate tonight?" Naruto asked. "Not tonight, the Hokage knows now. Moving the documents to a secured location is the first priority. Danzo won't risk an assault on the Hokage Tower. We have time." "Not much, but some." Naruto and Sasuke descended into the tunnels. The heart room was as they'd left it, the scroll's hiding spot still open, the letter still on the table. Naruto rolled the letter carefully and placed it on the shelf, next to Ka-chan's tea set. He sat on the floor and leaned against the wall. Exhaustion was finally catching up, not just physical, but the deep, bone-level tiredness that came from running on grief and adrenaline for 2 weeks. Sasuke sat against the opposite wall. They were mirror images again, two boys at the bottom of a world that had collapsed, resting in the ruins. "She called us both her sons," Sasuke said into the quiet. "In the letter." "Yeah. I spent the first week hating that she had room for someone else. Hating that you knew parts of her I didn't." Sasuke's head dropped back against the stone. "I don't hate it anymore." Naruto looked at him. "She was bigger than I thought," Sasuke said. "Bigger than the clan, bigger than the compound, bigger than anything I'd put her inside. She saw a baby that the whole village had turned its back on, and she didn't look away. That's not a betrayal of me. That's—" he searched for the word. "That's who she was." "Yeah," Naruto said again, and his voice was rough. "That's exactly who she was." They sat in silence. The tunnels hummed their low, constant note, stone and water and old seals, and the echo of 12 years of hidden love. "Brothers then," Sasuke said. Not a question. Naruto closed his eyes and smiled. "Brothers." Somewhere on a shelf in the heart room, beside a cold iron teapot and a letter written in a dead woman's hand, a blue curtain stirred in a draft that came from nowhere, like a breath. Like a whisper. Like a mother watching. Chapter 4. The ghosts we carry. The academy classroom smelled like chalk, dust, and wood polish, the same way it had smelled every day for the past 6 years. And Naruto sat in his usual seat at the back of the room and marveled at how small everything felt. Not physically small, the desks were the same size, the windows the same height, the blackboard still stretching across the front wall with Uruka-sensei's impossibly neat handwriting covering it in exam review notes. But the room itself, the world of the academy, had shrunk. 2 weeks ago, this had been the center of his public life, the stage where he played the loud, underperforming orphan, the place where he carefully botched clone techniques and scraped by with middling grades and made sure nobody looked too closely at the boy in the back row. That boy was gone. The performance was over. And sitting in this classroom now, 3 days before graduation, felt like wearing a costume that no longer fit. Sasuke sat 2 seats to his left. They'd arrived together, walking through the village streets side by side, drawing stares that neither of them acknowledged. Word had spread. Not the full truth, not the details of Mikoto's secret or the tunnels or the evidence against Danzo, but the broad strokes. The Jinchuriki had been living in the Uchiha compound. The last Uchiha and the demon fox's container were now inseparable. The village gossip machine had been running at full capacity for 2 weeks, and the results ranged from wildly inaccurate to uncomfortably close to the truth. The classroom was buzzing with it. Naruto could feel the eyes on him, not just the usual hostile glances he'd grown up absorbing, but something new: curiosity, fear, the particular intensity of people looking at someone they thought they knew and realizing they didn't. Iruka Umino stood at the front of the room, and to his credit, the man hadn't treated Naruto any differently since the truth came out. Iruka had always been one of the decent ones, not warm, exactly, not at first, but fair. He taught Naruto the same lessons he taught everyone else and graded him by the same standards. And if he'd noticed that Naruto's test scores were suspiciously inconsistent, brilliant one week, barely passing the next, he'd never said anything. Now, though, Iruka was looking at Naruto with an expression that Naruto recognized, the look of a man reassessing everything he thought he knew. "Graduation exams are in 3 days," Iruka announced to the class. "The practical component will test taijutsu, weapons accuracy, and 3 core ninjutsu, transformation, substitution, and clone technique. Written exams cover tactical theory, village history, and chakra fundamentals. Study hard, dismissed for lunch." The classroom erupted into the usual pre-lunch chaos. Students stood, stretched, formed into their habitual clusters. Naruto stayed seated, pulling out the bento he'd packed that morning: rice, pickled vegetables, grilled fish, made in the Heartroom kitchen with Ka-chan's cooking pot, because he'd finally been able to touch it without his hands shaking. Sasuke had his own bento, identical. They'd cooked together in silence at 5 a.m., moving around the small kitchen space with the efficiency of people who'd been doing it for weeks, and neither of them had commented on the domesticity of it, because commenting would make it fragile. Naruto. He looked up. Shikamaru Nara was standing at the end of his row, hands in his pockets, slouched in the boneless way that was either laziness or an extremely effective combat stance. The Nara heir had always been the sharpest mind in the class. Naruto had known that for years, because Ka-chan had made him study his classmates the way a general studied a battlefield. Know who's dangerous, know who's useful, know who's both. Shikamaru was both. "Can I sit?" Shikamaru asked. Naruto nodded. Shikamaru dropped into the seat beside him with the gravitational inevitability of someone for whom standing was a moral imposition. "So," Shikamaru said, "you're not actually an idiot." "No." The whole thing, the dead last grades, the failed clone jutsu, the screaming and the pranks, all of it was an act. Most of it. Which parts were real, Naruto considered. "The pranks were real. I genuinely enjoyed those," Shikamaru snorted. Then his expression shifted, and the lazy genius facade thinned enough to show the actual genius underneath. "My dad came home from the council meeting and drank an entire bottle of sake and told my mom that the most dangerous person in Konoha was a 12-year-old boy who quoted village regulations from memory. I'm guessing that was you. Guilty. Troublesome." But Shikamaru's mouth quirked. "For what it's worth, and this is going to sound weird coming from me, I'm glad. The idiot version of you was boring. This version seems like someone worth playing shogi with." It was, in its own understated way, a declaration of allegiance. Naruto recognized it because Ka-chan had taught him to recognize the subtle ways people offered trust, not grand gestures but small ones. A seat taken, a game offered, a door opened. "I play," Naruto said. "Ka-chan taught me." "You're Mikoto Uchiha?" Shikamaru's eyebrows rose. "She played shogi?" "She beat me every single time for 3 years before I won a game. Then she beat me the next 40 times to make sure I didn't get cocky." Shikamaru actually grinned. "I think I would have liked her." "You would have. Everyone who actually knew her did." The grin faded into something more serious. "My dad also said something else. He said to watch your back. That there are people in the village who see you as a threat now, and not all of them are going to come at you from the front." "Danzo." Shikamaru's eyes sharpened. "You know about him?" "I know everything about him." A long pause. Shikamaru studied Naruto with the evaluating gaze of someone who was running probability calculations in real time. Then he nodded slowly. If you ever need a strategist, you know where to find me." He stood, stretched, and ambled back to his seat next to Choji, and Naruto watched him go and added a new piece to the mental map he was building of who in this village could be trusted. The list was short. The Hokage, Kakashi, Sasuke, and now, tentatively, Shikamaru Nara. He was going to need more. Lunch passed. The afternoon session was taijutsu practice in the outdoor training yard, and Naruto endured it with the patience of someone asked to color inside the lines after spending 2 weeks painting murals. He performed the basic academy forms at exactly the level Kakashi had specified, good enough to graduate near the top, restrained enough to avoid spectacle. Beside him, Sasuke did the same, and the effort of holding back was visible in the tension of his jaw. Their sparring match was the highlight. Iruka paired them for the round robin, and the class went quiet, because everyone had heard the rumors and everyone wanted to see what happened when the last Uchiha and the secret Jinchuriki went at it. They gave the audience nothing. A clean, textbook exchange standard academy taijutsu. No clan techniques, no bloodline abilities, no hint of the devastating combat they were capable of. Naruto let Sasuke score the winning point with a sweep kick that he could have countered in his sleep, and they separated with a mutual nod that said, "Not here, not now." The class was disappointed. Naruto didn't care. After the academy let out, they took the long way back to the compound through the market district, past the Yamanaka flower shop, along the river path that Naruto had walked 1,000 times from the tunnel exit to the school. Kakashi shadowed them from the rooftops, a comfort that neither boy acknowledged aloud. The village was looking at them. Not just glances, sustained attention, the weight of hundreds of eyes tracking two boys who had become the most talked-about people in Konoha practically overnight. Some of the looks were hostile, some were curious. A few from older shinobi, mostly people who'd known Mikoto or Minato or Kushina, held something warmer. Naruto noted them all, filed them away. They were halfway across the market district when a voice called out from a tea shop. "Sasuke, Naruto?" They stopped. The voice belonged to a girl their age, standing in the doorway of the shop with a tray of dango in one hand and an expression that was equal parts determined and terrified. Pink hair, green eyes, the red dress she always wore to the academy, Sakura Haruno. Naruto knew Sakura the way he knew all his classmates from a distance, through the lens of Ka-chan's strategic assessments. Civilian background, high academic scores, exceptional chakra control for her age. Emotionally oriented, she'll be either a tremendous asset or a significant liability depending on how she's guided. Ka-chan had flagged her as someone to watch, which was high praise from a woman who dismissed most academy students as adequate. "Can I talk to you?" Sakura asked. Her voice was steady, but her hands were shaking slightly. The dango tray trembled. "Both of you, just for a minute." Sasuke's expression was politely blank. He'd never paid much attention to Sakura at the academy, beyond recognizing her as one of the cluster of girls who followed him with their eyes and giggled when he walked past. Naruto had always found that dynamic amusing. Sasuke, oblivious to the attention. The girls, oblivious to the fact that Sasuke's emotional bandwidth was entirely consumed by training and the vague, undefined sense that something in his life was missing. "Sure," Naruto said, and they followed her into the shop. The tea shop was quiet mid-afternoon lull, only a few customers. Sakura led them to a corner table and set the dango down and sat with her hands folded in her lap, and Naruto watched her gather herself, watched her push through the nervousness to whatever she'd come to say. "I wanted to tell you that I'm sorry," Sakura said. "About what happened, the massacre. You're the loss. I know that doesn't help, and I know you don't know me well enough for it to matter, but I wanted to say it anyway." "Thank you," Sasuke said, and the fact that he said it, that he accepted the condolence simply, without deflection or coldness, told Naruto how much had changed in 2 weeks. Sakura nodded. Then she took a breath and looked directly at Naruto. "And I wanted to say something else. Before at the academy, I was one of the people who avoided you. Not because of the fox thing, I didn't know about that until recently. Just because everyone else avoided you and I went along with it, and that was wrong. I knew it was wrong at the time, and I did it anyway because it was easier. And I'm sorry for that too. Naruto blinked. Of all the things he'd expected from this interaction, a direct and unqualified apology was not among them. That took guts, he said. I've been working on that. A flicker of a smile. Then, serious again. I also heard, and you can tell me this is none of my business, that Kakashi Hatake has been assigned to you. The copy ninja. One of the strongest jonin in the village. Where did you hear that? Sasuke asked. My parents heard it from the Yamada family who live near the administrative district, who heard it from, Sakura waved a hand. Konoha is a small town with big walls. Everyone hears everything. Fair point. The graduation exam assigns us to 3-person squads. Sakura continued, and now her voice had a quality that Naruto recognized. She'd rehearsed this part, thought it through. Led by a Jonin instructor. If Kakashi is already assigned to you two, that means your squad is short one member. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. They hadn't discussed squad composition. It had felt trivial next to massacres and evidence and confrontations with shadow governments, but the logic was sound. 3-person teams were the standard. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, 1 slot open. You want to be on our team, Naruto said. Sakura's chin lifted. I'm the top-ranked kunoichi in our class. My chakra control is the best in the academy. Iruka-sensei said so, not me. I scored highest on the written exam last month and second highest overall. I know I'm not, she faltered. I know I'm not at your level. Whatever level that is. The rumors about what you can do are probably exaggerated, but even the toned-down version is. She trailed off, then rallied. I'm not useless, and I'm a fast learner, and I think you need someone on your team who isn't running on grief and rage. The bluntness of it startled a laugh out of Naruto. A real one short, surprised, genuine. Sasuke's eyebrows rose. He looked at Sakura with something that was, for the first time, actual interest. Not romantic interest. Sasuke was approximately as emotionally available as a stone wall, but tactical interest. The recognition that this girl had walked up to 2 of the most volatile people in Konoha and made her pitch with clarity and courage. She's not wrong, Sasuke said to Naruto. About the grief and rage part, I know she's not. You can stop talking about me like I'm not here, Sakura said. Naruto looked at her, really looked, the way Ka-chan had taught him. Past the pink hair and the civilian background and the academy rankings. Looked at the set of her jaw and the steadiness of her eyes and the way her hands had stopped shaking the moment she committed to her argument. I'll talk to Kakashi, Naruto said. No promises, but I'll talk to him. Sakura exhaled. The tension she'd been holding released in a rush, and for a moment she looked exactly like what she was, a 12-year-old girl who'd just done something brave and was deeply relieved it hadn't blown up in her face. Thank you, she said. Both of you, and eat the dango, I bought it for you. They ate the dango. It was good. That night in the tunnels, Naruto found the coded scroll. He'd been going through Ka-chan's things again, a process that was equal parts grief and archaeology, uncovering layer after layer of a woman's life's work. The scroll was hidden in a different compartment than the letter, this one deeper, behind a false wall in the passage that connected the heart room to the training chambers. It was sealed with a method Naruto didn't recognize, not a blood lock, not a chakra key, but something older, more intricate. Fuinjutsu that felt like it had been designed by someone who thought in spirals. He spent an hour studying the seal before he realized what he was looking at. It was Uzumaki work. Not Mikoto's adaptation of Uzumaki techniques, the real thing. Authentic Uzumaki clan Fuinjutsu, the kind that had died with Uzushio and survived only in fragments. The seal responded to his blood. Of course it did. It was keyed to Uzumaki lineage. The scroll opened. The contents were written in a cipher that took him another hour to decode. Using the code-breaking techniques Ka-chan had taught him alongside a key that he eventually found embedded in the seal itself. When the text finally resolved, he read it 3 times to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. It was from Itachi. Naruto, if you are reading this, Mother is dead. I placed this scroll in the tunnels before the night I chose. She did not know about it. I could not tell her. She would have tried to stop me, and she would have been right to try, and I could not afford to be stopped. I know what she hid in these tunnels. I know about the documents. I know about Danzo. I have known since before I was given my orders. The difference between Mother and me is that she chose to fight with evidence and patience. I chose to fight with a blade. Both choices have costs. Hers cost her a normal life. Mine cost me everything. I am not writing to justify myself. There is no justification for what I did. I am writing because you need to know things that Mother could not tell you because she did not know them. First, Danzo possesses Sharingan. Multiple Sharingan, harvested from Uchiha who died or were killed under his watch over the past 2 decades. They are implanted in his right arm, concealed beneath the bandages. This is the source of his political invulnerability. Anyone who opposes him forgets why. The Sharingan allows him to use a genjutsu called Kato Matsukami at close range, influencing decisions at the highest levels of government. The Hokage suspects this but cannot prove it. Second, Danzo possesses cells from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, also implanted in his right arm. These cells suppress the rejection response of the stolen Sharingan and grant him a regenerative capability that should not be underestimated. Third, I did not act alone in the massacre. A man assisted me. He calls himself Madara Uchiha, though I do not believe that is his true identity. He is an Uchiha, or was, and he possesses a Sharingan variant I have not seen in any clan record. He has his own agenda, one that extends far beyond Konoha, and he is more dangerous than Danzo. He will come for Sasuke eventually. He may come for you. Protect my brother. This is not a request. It is the only thing I have left to ask of anyone. I will be branded a traitor and a monster. I accept this. What I cannot accept is Sasuke learning the truth about the massacre from anyone but someone who will frame it correctly. Mother's letter does this, if she wrote what I believe she wrote. If not, if the truth reaches Sasuke through village politics or enemy manipulation, he will be consumed by it. You know what Uchiha grief becomes when it has nowhere to go. You broke my genjutsu the night I killed our mother. No one has broken my genjutsu since I was 14. You are more than you know. Become more than that. I am sorry for everything, for nothing. It doesn't matter. Itachi, Naruto set the scroll down. His hands were steady. His mind was not. Danzo had Sharingan. Multiple stolen Sharingan and Hashirama's cells. A man claiming to be Madara Uchiha had helped with the massacre. The layers of conspiracy and manipulation went deeper than even Ka-chan had known, and she had known more than almost anyone. He brought the scroll to Sasuke. He didn't soften it, didn't prepare or preface or ease into it. He handed the scroll to Sasuke and said, "This is from Itachi. He left it in the tunnels before the massacre. Read it." Sasuke read it. Naruto watched his face, watched the Sharingan activate involuntarily again and spin as it recorded every word. Watched the blood drain from Sasuke's skin and then rush back in a flush of rage that made the air around him shimmer with heat. When Sasuke finished, he set the scroll down with exaggerated care. The care of someone who was one tremor away from incinerating it. "He's asking me to forgive him." Sasuke said, "No, he's not. Read it again. There's no request for forgiveness anywhere in that scroll." Sasuke's jaw worked. He was right, and the absence was almost worse than a plea would have been. Itachi wasn't asking for understanding. He was delivering intelligence, operational data. The same cold, precise thinking that had planned and executed the massacre applied now to its aftermath. "Stolen Sharingan," Sasuke said. "Danzo has stolen Sharingan under the bandages, his right arm, our clan's eyes." In that, Sasuke's voice fractured. He stood up from the table so fast the cushions skidded across the floor. Paced. The heart room suddenly felt too small to contain what was radiating off him, grief compounded by violation. The massacre extended beyond death into desecration. "I'm going to kill him," Sasuke said, and he meant it with every atom of his being. "Not yet," Sasuke spun on him. "Don't," I said, "not yet, not never. Danzo answers for this." But if you go after him alone right now, powered by fury and nothing else, he'll use those Sharingan on you. He'll use Kato Matsukami. He'll rewrite your intentions before you get close enough to touch him. Then how, together, with proof, with allies, with a plan that accounts for abilities we now know about because your brother gave us intelligence that nobody else has? Naruto stood, met Sasuke's blazing eyes. Ka-chan fought this fight with patience and evidence. Itachi fought it with a blade. Neither of them finished it. We're going to fight it with both. The fury in Sasuke's eyes didn't diminish, but it focused, narrowed, became something more controlled and therefore more dangerous, a laser instead of a wildfire. Both, Sasuke repeated. Both. They brought both scrolls to Kakashi that night. The Jonin read Itachi's message in silence, his single visible eye tracking the coded text with the slow deliberation of a man defusing an explosive. When he finished, he sat for a long time without speaking. Hashirama's cells, Kakashi finally said. That explains things I've wondered about for years. How Danzo has maintained his physical capability at his age. How certain council decisions have gone his way when the numbers shouldn't have supported it. He looked at Naruto. Kato Matsukami, a genjutsu that rewrites a target's decision-making without their awareness. If Danzo has access to that through stolen Sharingan, then every decision the council has made for the past 2 decades is potentially compromised, Naruto finished. The Hokage needs to see this immediately. Agreed, but there's something else. Naruto pointed to the relevant section. The man who helped Itachi, Madara Uchiha. Itachi doesn't believe it's really Madara, but whoever he is, he has an advanced Sharingan variant and his own agenda. Sasuke had gone very still. If he helped kill our clan, he's an enemy. He's a variable, Kakashi corrected. An unknown with unknown motivations and unknown capabilities. That's more dangerous than a confirmed enemy. At least enemies are predictable. They went to the Hokage. The old man received them in his private study, not the office, but the smaller room behind it, the one without windows, sealed against eavesdropping. He read Itachi's scroll with an expression that grew heavier with each line. Sharingan in his arm, Hiruzen murmured. I suspected augmentation, but this. He closed his eyes. How many of my decisions has he shaped? How many times have I sat across from him and thought I was acting freely? We can't know, Kakashi said. But going forward, any interaction with Danzo should be treated as a potential genjutsu encounter. Countermeasures need to be in place. I can break genjutsu, Naruto said. The Kyuubi's chakra disrupts it automatically. If I'm present during any meeting with Danzo, I can serve as a countermeasure. The Hokage looked at him. Something complicated moved behind the old man's eyes, the recognition that a 12-year-old was offering himself as a political shield, and the further recognition that the offer was both necessary and sufficient. The evidence Mikoto gathered, combined with Itachi's intelligence about the stolen Sharingan, Hiruzen said slowly. If I bring this to the fire, daimyo directly bypassing the council entirely, Danzo loses his political cover. The daimyo has the authority to order Root's dissolution and Danzo's arrest independent of any village vote. Can you reach the daimyo without Danzo knowing? Sasuke asked. I can. There are channels, old ones, from the wars that Danzo doesn't control. It will take time. A week, perhaps 2. We have 3 days until graduation, Naruto said. Then team assignments will be active shinobi, missions, visibility. We need to manage this carefully. The Hokage nodded. Graduate, join your team, take missions as normal, let the village see 2 unremarkable genin and their jonin instructor. Behind the scenes, I will move against Danzo. When the time comes, I will call on you. One more thing, Naruto said. Itachi's scroll mentions a third party, someone claiming to be Madara Uchiha. We don't know who he is or what he wants, but Itachi says he'll come for Sasuke eventually. Hiruzen's face went gray. Actually gray, the color of ash, and Naruto saw the old man's hand tremble before he controlled it. I had hoped, the Hokage said very quietly, that particular ghost was merely a rumor. You know about him, Kakashi said, not a question. Rumors, fragments, intelligence reports that were never confirmed. A figure matching that description has been linked to several destabilizing events across the shinobi nations over the past decade. If he is real and if he helped Itachi that night, Hiruzen stopped. Started again. This changes the scope of what we're dealing with. Danzo is a village-level threat. This person, if he exists, is a world-level threat. The room absorbed that. 4 people in Old Hokage, a legendary Jonin, and 2 12-year-old boys sitting with the knowledge that the conspiracy surrounding the Uchiha massacre extended beyond politics and into something vast and shadowy and terrifying. "One thing at a time," Naruto said. "Danzo first, then whatever comes after." "Agreed," Sasuke said. The Hokage looked at them, really looked, with the eyes of a man who had led armies and survived wars and buried friends and made terrible choices, and what he saw seemed to settle something in him. A decision. A commitment. One thing at a time. Hiruzen echoed. "Danzo first." Graduation day arrived under a bright, cloudless sky. The academy's training yard was decorated with banners, the leaf symbol in green and white, hung from poles along the perimeter. Families clustered at the edges, proud parents with cameras and bento boxes, younger siblings running between the legs of the crowd. It looked normal, festive, like nothing in the world was wrong. Naruto stood at the yard's edge and watched the families and felt the absence beside him like a physical weight. No Ka-chan in the crowd, scanning for him with those sharp, dark eyes. No Kushina, who he'd never known but who lived in his imagination as a red-haired woman with a fierce smile. No Minato, whose stone face on the monument could see the academy from where it was carved but would never see his son graduate. Sasuke stood beside him. No Mikoto, no Fugaku, no Itachi, though Itachi's absence was a different kind of wound, one that bled differently. "She would have been in the front row," Sasuke said quietly. "For both of us," Naruto replied. "She'd have found a way, henge, shadow, clone, something. She wouldn't have missed it." "No, she wouldn't have." They stood there for a moment, 2 boys with no one in the audience. Then Kakashi appeared behind them, one hand on each of their shoulders. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. He just stood there, solid and present, and his hands were warm, and it wasn't enough, it would never be enough, but it was something. The exam was straightforward. Written portion first. Naruto scored 93%, exactly where Kakashi had told him to land. Sasuke scored 95. Sakura scored a perfect 100, which was genuinely impressive and entirely unfeigned. Weapons accuracy. Naruto hit 8 of 10 targets dead center, deliberately missing the last 2 by half an inch. Sasuke hit 9 of 10. A civilian-born boy named Taro hit 6 and looked pleased. Taijutsu, standard form demonstration, followed by a round-robin sparring bracket. Naruto progressed through his matches with efficient, unremarkable victories. Sasuke did the same. They were not paired against each other. Iruka had made that decision deliberately, Naruto suspected, based on the disappointed murmur from the class when the brackets were announced. Ninjutsu. Transformation, substitution, and clone technique, the 3 fundamentals. Naruto walked to the front of the room when his name was called, stood before the examining panel of Iruka and 2 other instructors, and performed a textbook transformation into the 3rd Hokage, a clean substitution with a training log, and 3 standard clone illusions. The clones were perfect. Because of course he'd been capable of shadow clones since he was 10, and basic illusory clones were trivially easy once you understood the chakra control principles behind them. The difficulty he'd faked for years, the failed clone technique, that had been his cover story's centerpiece, was itself a more impressive feat of chakra manipulation than the technique it was supposedly failing to produce. Iruka marked his score, looked up at him. And in the instructor's eyes, Naruto saw the question that Iruka would never ask aloud. "How much of what I've seen from you has been real?" Naruto held his gaze and gave the smallest nod. "Not much." "I'm sorry." Iruka's expression softened. He handed Naruto a headband, a Konoha forehead protector, the metal plate engraved with the leaf symbol attached to a length of blue cloth. "Congratulations, Naruto," Iruka said. You are now a genin of Konohagakure. Naruto tied the headband around his forehead. The metal was cool against his skin. He looked at his reflection in the window, blonde hair, blue eyes, the leaf symbol centered above them, and thought, Ka-chan. I graduated. Sasuke received his headband next. He tied it on and said nothing, but his hand went to the metal plate and pressed it flat against his forehead. And the gesture was so precisely, Mikoto, she'd had a habit of touching her own headband when she was centering herself. A tick Naruto had noticed 1,000 times that his chest ached. After the ceremony, Iruka announced team assignments. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. Jonin instructor, Kakashi Hatake. Sakura, sitting 3 rows ahead, turned around and looked at Naruto. He nodded. She closed her eyes and breathed, and when she opened them, they were bright with something that wasn't quite tears and wasn't quite triumph, but lived somewhere in between. The other teams were announced. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino on Team 10 under Asuma Sarutobi. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino on Team 8 under Kurenai Yuhai. The usual configurations, the usual complaints, the usual academy drama, then it was over. Students spilled into the yard, met their families, celebrated. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood together at the edge of the crowd, the orphans, the last Uchiha, and the civilian girl who'd asked to join them and waited for Kakashi. He arrived 20 minutes late. Not because he was actually late, Naruto had seen him on the roof of the adjacent building for the past 15 minutes, but because punctuality apparently offended him on a fundamental level. Yo, Kakashi said, dropping from the roof to land in front of them. Team 7, follow me. He led them to the training ground, not 44 this time, but training ground 3, a standard field with 3 wooden posts and a memorial stone. Naruto recognized the stone immediately. Ka-chan had told him about it, the monument to fallen shinobi, where every name of every Konoha ninja killed in action was carved. Kakashi walked to the stone and stood before it for a moment. His hand brushed one of the names Naruto couldn't see which, and then he turned to face them. This is where I test my teams, Kakashi said. Normally, I do a bell test, 2 bells, 3 students, the point being teamwork over individual achievement. He paused, looked at Naruto and Sasuke. But you two already know how to work together. You've been doing it for weeks. And Sakura. He looked at her. You've already demonstrated something more valuable than skill. You showed initiative, self-awareness, and the ability to walk up to dangerous people and speak your mind. That's courage. I don't need to test for it. He pulled 3 bells from his pocket and tossed one to each of them. You pass. We're Team 7. Starting tomorrow, we take missions. He tucked his hands into his pockets. But before we do Sakura, there are things you need to know. Things about Naruto, about Sasuke, about what happened with the Uchiha clan and what's happening now. You're on this team, which means you're in this all the way. If that scares you, now is the time to say so. Sakura looked at the bell in her hand, looked at Naruto and Sasuke, squared her shoulders. Tell me everything, she said, they told her. Not everything, not the evidence against Danzo, not Itachi's scroll, not the operational details of what was coming. But the truth about Naruto's upbringing, the nature of the Kyuubi, the basics of the massacre and its aftermath. Sakura listened without interrupting. Her face went pale at points, her hands clenched in her lap, but she didn't look away and she didn't flinch. When they finished, she was quiet for a long time. Okay, Sakura said finally. So, our team consists of a Jinchuriki with Uzumaki bloodline chains and Uchiha combat training, the last surviving Uchiha with a fully evolved Sharingan, one of the most famous Jonin in the village, and me. She looked at her hands. I need to get stronger. Yes, Kakashi said bluntly. You do. Your chakra control is exceptional, better than both of theirs, frankly. That's a foundation we can build on. Medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, precision techniques, there's a path for you that doesn't require overwhelming power. I want overwhelming power too. Then we'll work on that as well. Their first mission was the next day. It was supposed to be simple. D rank. Escort a merchant caravan from the village to a trading post, 2 days travel along the main road. Standard genin fare low risk, good exercise, a chance for the team to function in a field environment. The kind of mission that existed primarily to teach new shinobi how boring most shinobi work actually was. It was not boring. They'd been on the road for 6 hours when Naruto felt it. A disturbance in the ambient chakra ahead, subtle, layered, the kind of thing you'd miss if you weren't trained to feel for it. He held up a fist, the Anbu field sign for stop, and the caravan halted. "Kakashi," Naruto said quietly, "I feel it." Kakashi's eye was already uncovered, the Sharingan scanning the tree line. 2. No, 3 sources, concealed, 40 meters ahead, flanking the road. "Bandits?" Sakura asked. Her hand was on her kunai pouch and her voice was steady, which was good. "Shinobi," Sasuke said. His Sharingan was active, reading the chakra signatures through the foliage. "Chunin level at least, armed, they're using a masking technique, but it's sloppy." "A D-rank escort mission doesn't attract Chunin-level ambushes," Naruto said. He looked at Kakashi. "This was arranged." Kakashi's expression was grim. "Danzo!" The name settled over the team like a weight. Sakura's eyes widened. She'd been briefed on Danzo in broad strokes, enough to understand the threat, and her hand tightened on her kunai. "He arranged for this specific mission to go to us." Naruto continued, thinking out loud the way Ka-chan had taught him to process tactical situations in real time. "Then placed hostiles along the route. If we're killed, it looks like a routine mission gone wrong. Tragic, but not suspicious. If we survive but are weakened, he has operatives in position to finish it. Or," Kakashi added, "the hostiles report back on your capabilities, and he gets the assessment he couldn't get from the root agents you took down. Multiple objectives, multiple outcomes, all of them serve him." Naruto's jaw tightened. "Smart. What do we do?" Sakura asked. "We spring the trap," Sasuke said, and there was a cold eagerness in his voice that Naruto recognized, the hunting instinct, the Uchiha predatory focus that Mikoto had always channeled toward training targets. Naruto looked at Kakashi. The Jonin met his gaze and nodded slightly. "Your call. It was a test in its own right. Not a bell test, a real one. Could Naruto lead in a live combat situation? Could the team function as a unit when the stakes were actual life and death? Kakashi, stay with the caravan. Visible. If there are more hostiles waiting for a secondary attack on the civilians, you're the deterrent." Naruto turned to Sasuke. "You and I flank left and right, standard pincer using the tree line for cover." Sakura, he paused, looked at her. She was scared. He could see it in the tension around her eyes, the elevated breathing. But she was also ready, standing firm, waiting for her role. "You're our eyes," Naruto said. "Stay at the tree line, elevated position. Your chakra control lets you sense disruptions better than either of us at range. If there are more than 3, if this is bigger than what we're seeing, you call it." Sakura nodded. Her fear was still there, but something else had risen above it: focus, purpose. The knowledge that she had a job and the ability to do it. "Move," Naruto said. They moved. Naruto went right. He crossed into the tree line at speed, chakra suppressed, body low, moving through the undergrowth with the silent efficiency that Ka-chan had drilled into him through years of tunnel navigation. The trees here were old, massive trunks, thick canopy, the kind of forest that swallowed light and sound. Good for ambushes. Good for counter-ambushes, too. He felt the hostile before he saw them. A chakra signature at 2 o'clock, crouched behind a fallen log facing the road. Naruto circled wide, came up behind, and paused. The hostile was wearing a standard mercenary outfit, no village markings, no headband. But the way they held themselves, the quality of the concealment technique, the precisely maintained chakra suppression, this was no mercenary. This was a trained shinobi pretending to be a mercenary. The cover was good. It might have fooled a real genin team. Naruto created 3 shadow clones in absolute silence. They fanned out, surrounding the hostile's position from 3 angles. Then, on an internal count of 3, they struck simultaneously. The hostile reacted fast, spinning to meet the first clone with a blade that appeared from a wrist sheath, cutting through it in a burst of smoke. but the second clone was already inside the guard, and the third had closed the retreat angle, and Naruto himself came in from above, dropping from the canopy with a kunai aimed at the hostile's weapon hand. The fight lasted 4 seconds. The hostile was good solid Chunin level, quick reflexes, trained in close-quarters combat. But against 4 attackers moving in perfect coordination, with the real attacker coming from an angle the hostile couldn't cover, it wasn't enough. Naruto's kunai pinned the hostile's weapon hand to the fallen log. A clone's palm strike to the solar plexus dropped them. The third clone secured the arms. Naruto crouched beside the gasping hostile and pulled off their mask, a face he didn't recognize. Mid-20s, lean, unremarkable features. No identifying marks, no emotional expression, root conditioning. Root, Naruto confirmed to himself. He pressed his thumb against the hostile's forehead and sent a pulse of chakra through their system, a crude but effective disruption technique that Ka-chan had adapted from Yamanaka methods. The operative went limp, unconscious. On the other side of the road, Naruto heard a brief commotion, the crack of a fire jutsu, a shout cut short, then silence. Sasuke sighed. 2 down. 1 to go. The third hostile broke cover. They burst from the tree line ahead of the caravan, sprinting not toward the merchant wagons but away toward the road, toward the forest beyond, running. Fleeing. Naruto's clones intercepted. 2 of them, positioned along the escape route because he'd anticipated the possibility of a runner. They appeared from the trees directly in the runner's path, and the runner pulled up short. Hands forming seals for a jutsu golden chains erupted from the ground. Not from Naruto, from a clone that had been positioned underground, buried in a shallow trench covered with leaves, waiting. The chains wrapped around the runner's legs, torso, arms, yanking them to the earth with irresistible force. The jutsu died on the runner's lips. Naruto walked out of the tree line. Sasuke appeared from the other side, slightly singed. The hostile on his side had apparently gotten off a fire technique before Sasuke shut them down, but intact and composed. Sakura dropped from her elevated position in the canopy. Her eyes were wide, but her voice was controlled. Those were the only 3. I checked twice. No other signatures in range. Good. Naruto looked at Kakashi, who was standing by the lead wagon with the air of a man watching a play he already knew the ending to. 3 root operatives, disguised as mercenaries, positioned along a D-rank escort route assigned to us yesterday. Bag and tag, Kakashi said. We bring them back to the Hawkage. And the mission, we finish it. The merchants still need their escort. Kakashi paused, looked at Sakura. How are you doing? Sakura took a breath. My heart rate is approximately 160 beats per minute. My hands are shaking. I want to throw up. She straightened her spine. I'm fine. What's next? Kakashi's eye crinkled. What's next is we walk, and I teach you a breathing technique that brings that heart rate down to something manageable. It's going to be a long 2 days. They delivered the caravan. They returned to Konoha with 3 unconscious root operatives sealed in storage scrolls. The Hawkage received them, added the evidence to the growing case, and told them the channel to the daimyo was open. Communication had been established. The trap was closing. 3 days passed. Missions continued, all D-rank, all checked for tampering before departure. No more ambushes, which meant either Danzo was regrouping, or he decided that probing Team 7's capabilities was no longer worth the cost of lost operatives. Naruto suspected the former. Ka-chan had taught him that men like Danzo didn't stop. They adjusted. They escalated. They found new angles. On the 4th day after graduation, Naruto went to the Hawkage alone. The old man was in his office, buried in paperwork, and he looked up when Naruto entered with an expression that had become familiar over the past weeks, the complicated mix of guilt, pride, and exhaustion that Hiruzen seemed to default to in Naruto's presence. Naruto. Sit. Naruto sat. He didn't speak immediately. He'd rehearsed this conversation in his head, running through angles and approaches the way Ka-chan had taught him to prepare for any encounter that mattered. I want to know about my parents, Naruto said. Not the broad strokes, I have those, I want the details. Who they were, what they did, what they wanted for me. Hiruzen set down his pen, leaned back. The chair creaked under him. Your father was the most talented shinobi I have ever trained, the Hokage said, and I have trained many. His mind worked at a speed that left everyone else struggling to keep up. The Flying Thunder God technique, the Rasengan, these were not just powerful jutsu, they were expressions of a mind that could see solutions where others saw walls. And my mother, Kushina, was. Hiruzen's voice warmed in a way Naruto had never heard before. Kushina was a force of nature. The Uzumaki bloodline gave her the chains you've inherited and chakra reserves that made most shinobi look anemic by comparison. But those were tools. The real weapon was her personality. She could walk into a room full of enemies and make half of them question why they were her enemies. She was fierce and compassionate and absolutely impossible to control. She and Ka-chan, Naruto said. How did they become friends? They met at 12. Your age? Kushina was new to the village, brought from Uzashio to be the next Jinchuriki. An outsider, hated, feared, sound familiar. The Hokage's eyes were gentle. Mikoto was the only student at the academy who sat next to her on the first day. They were inseparable after that. Kushina was fire and noise. Mikoto was shadow and precision. They complemented each other perfectly. Naruto felt the shape of it, two women, bonded in childhood, carrying their friendship through wars and marriages and secrets, all the way to a dying request on a blood-soaked night. The chain that had led to him. The chain that had led to this. What did they want for me? He asked. They wanted you to be happy. The Hokage said it simply, without embellishment. Both of them. Your parents sealed the Kyuubi inside you because they believed you could bear it, and because they believed the village would eventually see you as the hero you were meant to be. Mikoto took you because Kushina asked her to, but also because she agreed she believed you deserved a childhood. Love. Safety. She gave me all three, she did. The Hokage's voice was rough. And I failed to give you any of them. The apartment, the cover story, the distance. I told myself it was necessary. I told myself that Mikoto's plan was the best option and that my role was to stay back and let it work. But the truth is that I was afraid. Afraid of the political consequences, afraid of Danzo, afraid of the village's hatred. I let a woman carry a burden that should have been mine. Naruto looked at the old man. At the lines in his face, the weariness in his eyes, the weight of decades pressing down on shoulders that had once been strong enough to bear it. Ka-chan didn't carry me as a burden, Naruto said. She carried me as a gift, you know that. Hiruzen's eyes glistened. He nodded once. But you're right that you failed, Naruto continued, and he kept his voice even, not cruel, just honest. Not because of the apartment or the cover story, because you knew about the Uchiha coup and you let Danzo push it toward massacre instead of fighting for another way. Because you knew what Itachi was being asked to do and you didn't stop it. Because you're the Hokage and the Hokage is supposed to protect everyone and you let 200 people die because stopping it was too hard. The silence that followed was absolute. Hiruzen didn't flinch. Didn't defend himself. He sat with the accusation like a man sitting with a wound he'd been ignoring for weeks, finally forced to look at it. You're right, the Hokage said. I could give you reasons. Context. The geopolitical pressures, the threat of civil war, the calculations I made about which outcome cost fewer lives. But none of that changes the fact that I chose the path of least resistance, and that path ran through the Uchiha compound. I'm not asking you to atone, Naruto said. I'm asking you to do better, starting with Danzo, starting now. The daimyo's response arrived this morning. Hiruzen reached into his desk and produced a sealed document. Authorization for the arrest of Danzo Shimura and the immediate dissolution of Root, pending presentation of evidence. The daimyo's personal guard will arrive in Konoha within 5 days to execute the warrant. Naruto exhaled. The relief was physical, a loosening in his chest, a release of tension he'd been carrying since the night he'd read his mother's letter. 5 days, he said. 5 days. And then it's over. The political part, at least. And the rest, the Hokage met his gaze. The masked man Itachi described, the larger threat, that will take longer and it will require more than politics. It'll require us, Naruto said. Me and Sasuke. Yes, it will, the Hokage folded his hands. You are Minato's son and Kushina's heir and Mikoto's creation. You are, quite possibly, the most formidable shinobi this village will produce in a generation. And I am done treating you like a child who needs protection. What you need is support, resources, trust. He paused. You have all three. Naruto stood, picked up the authorization document, read it, set it down. Thank you, he said. Not for this, for telling me about them. My parents, Ka-chan. The real versions, not the sanitized ones. You deserve to know them. Yeah, I did. He left the Hokage's office and walked through the village toward the compound. The sun was setting again, another orange sky. Another day ending, and the streets were full of people heading home, and Naruto moved through them feeling lighter than he had in weeks. Not light. He would never be light again, not the way a normal 12-year-old was light. Too much had happened, too much had been lost, but lighter. The weight was still there, but he was stronger under it. Ka-chan's training, Sasuke's partnership, the team forming around them. The truth finally working in their favor, 5 days. Then Danzo would answer for what he'd done. And after that, whatever came next, the masked man, the larger threat, the future that Itachi had warned about, they would face it. Together. He reached the compound gate and descended into the tunnels and found Sasuke in the heart room, practicing the advanced interceptor forms from Mikoto's scroll, moving through the techniques with a fluidity that would have made their mother proud. Naruto sat on the floor and watched and waited for Sasuke to finish, and when Sasuke finally stopped and looked at him, sweating and focused and alive in the way that only training could make him, Naruto said, 5 days. Sasuke's eyes sharpened. The daimyo, authorization granted. Danzo gets arrested, Root gets dissolved. It's happening. Something passed across Sasuke's face, not satisfaction, because satisfaction was too small a word. Resolution, the sense of a debt about to be collected. 5 days, Sasuke repeated. And then we figure out who Madara Uchiha really is, and we make sure he never touches anyone we care about. Sasuke looked at him for a long moment. Then he held out his hand, the same gesture Naruto had made across the table weeks ago, open palm, offered. Naruto clasped it. In the heart room, surrounded by Mikoto's scrolls and Mikoto's books and Mikoto's tea set and the ghost of 12 years of hidden love, 2 brothers held the pact and said nothing, because nothing needed to be said. The blue curtain stirred. The lantern burned low. And above them, oblivious and ordinary, the village turned in its sleep. 5 days from the reckoning that would change everything. Chapter 5. What she left us 4 days before the daimyo's guard arrived, Danzo disappeared. Naruto got the news at dawn, delivered by an Anbu operative who materialized in the tunnel entrance with the controlled urgency of someone carrying a message they wished they didn't have. The Hokage's office had been monitoring Danzo's compound through a surveillance network established the week prior, subtle, layered, using sensor-type shinobi positioned at intervals around the eastern district. At 3:47 a.m., every sensor had reported the same thing simultaneously. Danzo's chakra signature, along with the signatures of approximately 40 root operatives, had vanished, not suppressed, not masked, vanished. Naruto dressed in 60 seconds and was moving through the tunnel toward the main house before the Anbu finished their briefing. Sasuke was already up. He'd developed the same shallow sleep instincts as Naruto over the past month, his body refusing to fully power down in a world that kept attacking them in the dark. They met in the hallway, armed and alert, and exchanged a single glance that communicated everything. He ran. Or he's coming. They found Kakashi on the roof of the Uchiha main house, crouched at the peak, his Sharingan uncovered and scanning the village. The pre-dawn sky was the color of a bruise, and the air had the still, heavy quality that preceded either storms or violence. He didn't run. Kakashi said without turning. Danzo doesn't run, he repositions. Where? Naruto asked. Unknown. The sensor network lost him completely, which means he's either left the village entirely or he's somewhere with ceilings so dense that chakra signatures can't penetrate. There are maybe 3 locations in Konoha that qualify. The Hokage's bunker under the mountain, Sasuke said. The Anbu headquarters sublevel, and Root's actual base, Naruto finished, which nobody knows the location of because that's the entire point of Root. Kakashi nodded. The Hokage has mobilized Anbu to search the known possibilities. John and teams are sweeping the village perimeter. If Danzo left Konoha, there'll be a trail. And if he didn't leave, Kakashi turned to look at them. His expression, visible in the gray light, was the most serious Naruto had ever seen it, the lazy facade stripped entirely, leaving behind the face of a man who had survived wars. If he didn't leave, then he's preparing for a confrontation he chose, on ground he chose, at a time he chose. Which means whatever is coming, he believes he can win. The morning unfolded in tense, fragmented pieces. The Hokage convened an emergency meeting, not the full council, which couldn't be trusted given the possibility that Danzo had used Katomatsu Kami on its members, but a core group. Kakashi, Shikaku Nara, and the Anbu commander. A woman in a hawk mask, whose name Naruto didn't know but whose chakra signature radiated the kind of controlled lethality that came from decades of black operations. Naruto and Sasuke were present. Nobody questioned it anymore. The perimeter teams have found nothing, the Anbu commander reported. No trail, no signatures, no evidence of movement through any gate or over any wall section. Either he's still inside the village or he used a space-time technique to exit without a trace. Danzo doesn't have space-time ninjutsu, Kakashi said, but he has resources, contacts. It's possible he arranged extraction through an external ally. The masked man, Naruto said. The room went cold. It was the first time the subject of Madara had been raised in a room this size, and the Anbu commander's posture shifted almost imperceptibly, the adjustment of someone recalibrating their threat assessment in real time. Itachi's intelligence referenced an individual with advanced Sharingan capabilities and an independent agenda. The Hokage said carefully, "If Danzo has made contact with this individual, or if this individual has made contact with Danzo, then we're not dealing with a cornered politician," Shikaku finished. His scarred face was drawn, his tactical mind visibly working through implications at speed. We're dealing with an alliance between a man who has 40 trained killers and stolen Sharingan and an unknown entity with capabilities we can't predict. "What do we know for certain?" Sakura asked. Everyone looked at her. She'd been standing near the back of the room, quiet and observant, processing everything. The question was precise, not panicked, not rhetorical, but the focused query of someone trying to establish the boundaries of a problem before attempting to solve it. Shikaku answered. "We know Danzo has approximately 40 root operatives, though the real number could be higher. We know he has multiple stolen Sharingan in his right arm, plus Hashirama Senju's cells. We know he's had 24 hours to prepare, which for a man of his capability and resources is an enormous amount of time. We know the daimyo's guard is 4 days out, and Danzo knows about the warrant." "He moved because of the warrant," Naruto said. "The arrest order forced his hand. If he'd stayed and submitted, he'd lose everything root, his position, his freedom. His only option was to act before the daimyo's authority arrived." "Act how?" Sakura pressed. The room was silent for a beat too long. "A coup," Sasuke said quietly. The word landed like a kunai in a still pond. Ripples everywhere. "He can't take the village by force," the Anbu commander said, but her voice held a thread of doubt. 40 operatives, even elite ones, against the full strength of Konoha's shinobi corps. He doesn't need to take the village," Shikaku said, and his eyes had gone flat and distant, the look of a strategist seeing the board clearly for the first time. "He needs to take the Hokage. Decapitation strike. Remove Hiruzen. Assume emergency authority under the village charter's continuity provisions, and use Katomatsu Kami to ensure the transition is accepted." By the time the daimyo's guard arrives, Danzo is the legitimate Hokage. The warrant is invalidated as the act of a predecessor, and the evidence becomes irrelevant. Silence. How long would a plan like that take to execute? The Hokage asked. Shikaku's expression was grim. If he'd been preparing contingencies, and a man like Danzo absolutely has been preparing contingencies, he could be ready to move within 48 hours. Maybe less. Then we have 48 hours, Naruto said, or less, to find him and end this before he can strike. The evidence needs to be secured first, the Hokage said. The original documents, the scrolls, if Danzo destroys them, the daimyo has nothing to act on. Copies, Sakura said. Everyone looked at her again. You made copies, right? The Hokage blinked. I made copies, Naruto said. 3 sets. One with the Hokage, one in the tunnels in a sealed compartment, and one, he looked at Kakashi. Delivered to Jiraiya of the Sannin via Toad summon 2 weeks ago, Kakashi confirmed. Currently in transit to the Fire Daimyo's palace through a channel completely outside Danzo's reach. The relief in the room was visible. Shikaku actually closed his eyes for a moment, the Nara equivalent of collapsing in gratitude. You anticipated this, the Hokage said to Naruto. Ka-chan taught me that any piece of information that exists in only one location doesn't really exist. Redundancy is the first principle of intelligence security. Naruto said it matter-of-factly, the way someone might quote a recipe. The copies to the daimyo were Kakashi's idea. Minato always had backup plans too, Kakashi murmured. The meeting dissolved into operational planning. Search patterns, defensive positions, alert protocols. The village was effectively on a war footing, though the Hokage was careful to frame it as a security exercise to avoid public panic. Anbu teams deployed in 12-hour rotations. Jonin were recalled from non-essential missions. The academy was quietly closed. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were assigned to the Hokage's personal detail, which was ostensibly a protective assignment, but was really the Hokage's way of keeping Team 7 close to the center of action, where their particular combination of abilities would be most useful. They spent the first day on high alert, rotating through positions around the Hokage Tower, sleeping in shifts, training in the gaps. Naruto used the time to push his sensory range, further extending his awareness through shadow clones positioned at intervals around the village, creating a personal detection network that overlapped with the Anbu sensors and covered their blind spots. Sasuke spent the time honing something new. In the weeks since the massacre, his Sharingan had continued to evolve not in structure, which remained at 3 Tamo, but in application. He'd been studying Ka-chan's scrolls on advanced Sharingan usage, particularly the sections on predictive analysis and pattern recognition, and he'd developed a technique that Naruto found genuinely impressive. By observing the flow of chakra through the village's infrastructure, the seals on buildings, the detection barriers at the walls, the ambient energy patterns of the population, Sasuke could identify disruptions that indicated concealed activity. Hidden movement, suppressed signatures, the footprints of people trying not to be seen. There, Sasuke said, on the afternoon of the first day, pointing southeast from their position on the tower roof. Sector 7. The chakra flow is wrong. Something is pulling energy out of the detection barrier, not breaking it, siphoning it, creating a blind spot. Naruto relayed the information to the Anbu commander, who dispatched a team. They found a sabotaged barrier seal subtle work, designed to degrade over days rather than fail immediately, creating a growing gap in the village's sensor coverage. Danzo's preparation. Already in motion. Already eating away at the village's defenses from the inside. The Anbu repaired the seal and found 3 more like it. By evening, they'd identified and neutralized 7 points of sabotage across the detection network, each one a small, precise wound that would have been invisible until it was too late. He's been setting this up for weeks, Kakashi said, studying the map of sabotage points. Maybe longer. These aren't improvised, they're positioned to create a corridor, a path from the eastern district to the Hokage Tower with minimal sensor coverage. His attack route, Shikaku confirmed. When he moves, that's how he'll come. Then that's where we'll be, Naruto said. Night fell. The village settled into an uneasy quiet, the streets emptier than usual, the civilians sensing something off even if they couldn't name it. Naruto stood on the Hokage Tower's observation deck and looked out over Konoha, the lights in windows, the dark shapes of rooftops, the monument faces lit by moonlight, and felt the tension in the air like a held breath. Sasuke joined him. They stood side by side, the way they'd stood the morning after the massacre, but the silence between them was different now. Richer, denser, the silence of two people who had fought beside each other, and bled beside each other, and grieved beside each other, and come out the other side as something that didn't have a word in any language Naruto knew, but which felt in his chest, like home. Do you think she knew it would come to this? Sasuke asked. Naruto considered the question. I think she knew Danzo would never stop. I think the documents were her way of making sure someone could finish what she started. But this, the two of us, standing here, waiting for a battle she never wanted us to fight. He shook his head. She would have given anything to keep us out of it. She gave everything? Yeah, I keep thinking about that night, Sasuke said. In the house, when you came up from the tunnels, you were screaming her name. He paused. I heard you before I saw you. I was in the hallway, and I heard someone screaming Ka-chan, and I thought for 1 second I thought it was my own voice, like I was hearing myself from outside my body. Naruto said nothing. He let the words exist. When I saw you, Sasuke continued, covered in dust and blood, calling her what I called her, something in my head just broke. It was too much. The bodies, Itachi, and then this stranger who shared my mother's name for her. His jaw tightened. I hated you. For about 3 hours, I hated you more than I hated Itachi. I know. Then you made tea. Sasuke's voice was rough. 2 cups, 1 for me, and you said it where I'd see it, and I thought, who does that? Who just got told their mother is dead, and the first thing they do is make tea for the person who hated them 3 hours ago? He looked at Naruto. She taught you that? She taught both of us, Naruto said. You just didn't learn it from a teapot. Sasuke's mouth twitched, almost a smile. When this is over, Sasuke said, I want to rebuild the compound, not the way it was, not the clan politics and the isolation and the surveillance, something new, a place where… He stopped, started again. Ka-chan hid you underground because there was nowhere else that was safe. I want to build a place where hiding isn't necessary. We will. Is that a promise? It's a plan. Ka-chan liked plans better than promises. The almost smile became an actual smile, and Naruto stored away one of the few genuine smiles he'd seen from Sasuke, as rare and valuable as the advanced jutsu scrolls on Mikoto's shelves. Sakura found them an hour later, carrying 3 bento boxes she'd prepared in the tower's kitchen. She sat cross-legged between them on the observation deck and distributed food with the matter-of-fact efficiency of someone who had decided that feeding people was a valid combat strategy. Eat, she said. You're both running on adrenaline and stubbornness, and that's not a sustainable energy source. She's got a point, Sasuke said. She always has a point, Naruto replied. It's annoying. Sakura kicked his ankle without looking up from her rice. They ate together on the roof of the Hokage Tower, 3 genin watching over a village balanced on the edge of crisis. And for 15 minutes, the world was just rice and pickled vegetables, and the sound of chopsticks, and the warmth of people sitting close together in the dark. Then Naruto's clone network triggered. The sensation was like a light switching on inside his skull, a burst of information from a clone that had just been destroyed. Its memories flooding back to the original in a rush of images and sensory data. The clone had been positioned at the southeastern edge of the village, near the gap in the sensor network that had been repaired earlier that day. The gap was open again. Not sabotaged, blown. The barrier seal had been destroyed entirely, leaving a hole in the detection network large enough for a small army to pass through undetected. And through that hole, moving fast, came chakra signatures. Lots of them. They're here, Naruto said, and he was on his feet, bento forgotten, every nerve in his body singing with the electric clarity of imminent combat. Southeast sector. The barrier's down. I count. He closed his eyes, processing the clone data. 30-plus signatures, moving in formation toward the tower. Kakashi appeared beside them so suddenly that Sakura flinched. His Sharingan was already uncovered, his posture shifted into the angular readiness of a man preparing to fight for his life. "All units, condition red," Kakashi said into the communication seal on his collar. "Route assault in progress, southeastern corridor. All available Jonin to defensive positions around the Hokage Tower. This is not a drill." The village erupted. Anbu materialized on rooftops like ghosts coalescing from thin air. Jonin, who'd been sleeping in their gear, the smart ones, the ones who'd known this was coming, burst from doorways and launched toward the tower. Alert flares went up, 3 red streaks across the night sky, and the civilian population, trained since childhood for emergencies, began the practiced evacuation toward the mountain shelters. Naruto expanded his clone network. 50 clones deployed in a ring around the tower, each one acting as a sensor node and an early warning system. The data poured in. Route operatives moving in 3 columns through the southeastern streets, using the blind corridor created by the destroyed barrier, flowing around civilian buildings like water around stones. 3 groups, Naruto relayed. Main force 20-plus coming straight up the central avenue, flanking group of 8 moving through the residential district to the west, and a smaller team 5, maybe 6, circling east toward the tower's rear entrance. "The rear team is the kill squad," Kakashi said immediately. "Danzo will be with them. The main force is a distraction meant to draw our defenders forward and leave the tower exposed. Then we don't take the bait." Naruto looked at Sasuke and Sakura. "Kakashi, you and the Anbu handle the main force and the western flank. We take the rear." Kakashi hesitated. Just for a second, a fraction of a moment, where the man who'd been assigned to protect these children warred with the tactician who recognized that they were the best positioned assets for the job. "Danzo is mine," Sasuke said, and his voice held no room for negotiation. "He ordered my clan's destruction. He stole our eyes. This is Uchiha business." "It's our business," Naruto corrected. "All 3 of us." But Sasuke's right were the ones equipped to handle him. The Sharingan, the Kyubai's Genjutsu immunity, Sakura's chakra control for detecting and disrupting the Kato Matsukami. We're not just the best option, we're the only option that accounts for all of his abilities. Kakashi looked at them for a long moment. 3 12-year-olds asking to face a man who'd orchestrated massacres and manipulated governments for longer than they'd been alive. "Don't die," Kakashi said. Then he was gone, leaping from the observation deck toward the southeastern perimeter, and the night swallowed him. Naruto turned to his team. "Sakura, your role is critical. Danzo's most dangerous weapon isn't his combat ability, it's Kato Matsukami, Genjutsu that rewrites your decision-making without you knowing it's happening. The Kyubai protects me. Sasuke's Sharingan can detect it. But you're the one who can disrupt it at the source. Your chakra control lets you identify and interrupt foreign chakra intrusions faster than either of us." "I understand," Sakura said. Her fear was a contained thing now present, acknowledged, set aside. Over the past weeks, Kakashi had been teaching her combat medical techniques and chakra disruption methods, building on the extraordinary control that had been her greatest asset. She wasn't at Naruto and Sasuke's level. She would never fight the way they fought. But what she could do, the precision, the awareness, the ability to see chakra flows at a granular level was irreplaceable. "Stay behind us until we engage. The moment you see foreign chakra targeting any of us, you disrupt it. Don't wait for permission. Don't second-guess. Just act." Sakura nodded. "Sasuke." Naruto looked at his brother. "Together! Together!" They moved. The eastern approach to the Hokage Tower was a narrow lane that ran between the tower's base and the archives, building a gap barely wide enough for 4 people to walk abreast, lined with high walls. Ideal for a small team moving with stealth and speed. Naruto positioned 3 shadow clones at intervals along the lane, each one hinged into sections of wall, invisible to anyone who wasn't specifically looking for them. He and Sasuke took positions on opposite sides of the lane's entrance, backs to the walls, weapons drawn. Sakura found a position on the archive's building roof, elevated, with a clear view of the lane and the tower entrance, close enough to intervene but far enough to observe. She settled into a crouch and focused her chakra awareness outward, casting a net of perception that would catch any genjutsu attempt within a 50-meter radius. They waited. The sounds of combat drifted from the southeast: explosions, the crack of jutsu, shouts, Kakashi and the Anbu engaging the main force. It was distant enough to be background noise, close enough to be real, and Naruto held the awareness of it at the edge of his mind while his focus stayed locked on the lane. The route team came 7 minutes later. They came silently. Even Naruto's clone sensors barely caught them. These operatives were significantly better than the ones who'd attacked the apartment or the ones on the road. Elite. The kind of killers that Danzo kept in reserve for moments exactly like this. They moved through the lane like shadows given form, their chakra suppressed to almost nothing, their bodies wrapped in dark fabric that absorbed light. 5 operatives in a diamond formation. And at the center, walking with the measured pace of a man who had waited decades for this night, Danzo Shimura. He'd shed the bandages on his right arm. Naruto saw it through his clone's eyes before the clone was destroyed. A flash image, brief and horrifying, of Danzo's right arm exposed. Pale skin stretched over an arm that wasn't entirely human anymore, studded with closed eyes. Sharingan. 10 of them, sutured into the flesh in 2 neat rows, each one sealed shut by suture and chakra. And beneath the eyes, the texture of the skin itself was wrong, rougher, darker, with a woody quality that spoke of Hashirama's cells integrated at a cellular level. The clone popped. Naruto absorbed its memories and felt his stomach turn. "He's here," Naruto breathed. 5 guards, arm exposed. I count 10 Sharingan implanted. Sasuke's hands tightened on his kunai. The rage was there. Naruto could feel it radiating off Sasuke like heat from a forge, but it was controlled. Channeled, the cold fury of a swordsman, not the wild blaze of a child. Mikoto's training holding even now. The route team reached the midpoint of the lane. Naruto held up 3 fingers. 2. 1. The hinged clones detonated, not with explosive tags, with chakra. Pure, dense, overwhelming chakra released in simultaneous bursts that filled the narrow lane with blinding light and concussive force. It wasn't designed to kill. These were Konoha shinobi, broken and conditioned but still human, and Naruto drew a line there even now. It was designed to disorient, separate, and create openings. The route operatives scattered. Trained reflexes saved them from the worst of it. They leapt to walls, ceilings, regrouped in the space of a heartbeat. But a heartbeat was all Naruto and Sasuke needed. Sasuke came in from the left. His Sharingan blazed in the chaos, tracking 2 operatives simultaneously, predicting their recovery movements with the terrifying precision that had made the Uchiha feared across the continent. He hit the first one with a spinning kick that drove them into the wall hard enough to crater stone, then pivoted into the second with a kunai combination so fast that even the operative's trained reflexes couldn't fully compensate. Naruto came from the right. 2 shadow clones flanked him, each one moving independently but in perfect coordination with the original, a 3-body system that hit like a natural disaster in the confined space. Chakra chains erupted from his back, golden and blinding, lashing across the lane to bind the 3rd operative against the wall while the clones engaged the 4th in a brutal close-quarters exchange. 4 route operatives out of the fight in 6 seconds. The 5th, the one closest to Danzo, the bodyguard, turned to face Naruto and drew a tanto that hummed with wind chakra, and Naruto felt the killing intent rolling off the operative like heat from a furnace. This was the best of them. The last line. Naruto went to meet the operative, and Sasuke got there first. Sasuke's interception was textbook Mikoto's textbook, the interceptor style in its purest form. He read the operative's strike before it launched, positioned himself in the path of the killing blow, and redirected the Tanto's arc with a forearm block that used the operative's own momentum against them. The wind chakra on the blade bit into Sasuke's arm guard, shredding fabric and drawing a line of blood. But Sasuke didn't flinch. He converted the block into a grapple, twisted, and drove the operative face first into the ground with a joint lock that ended the fight with a wet crack of dislocating shoulder. Danzo stood alone in the lane. He hadn't moved. Through the entire exchange, 6 seconds of explosive violence in a confined space, the old man had simply stood there, watching, his exposed arm hanging at his side, his single natural eye tracking the fight with the detached interest of a researcher observing an experiment. "Impressive," Danzo said. "Truly, the Uchiha woman's training is evident. Her name," Sasuke said, stepping forward, blood running down his forearm, sharing and spinning, "was Mikoto. I know what her name was. I also know what she stole from my archives, what she hid in those tunnels, and what she taught her pet Jinchuriki about me." Danzo's eye moved to Naruto. "You've caused me a great deal of trouble, boy. I'm just getting started." Naruto stepped up beside Sasuke. The chakra chains still burned at his back, 4 golden tendrils weaving in the air like living things. "It's over, Danzo. The daimyo has the evidence. Your operatives are being dismantled by Kakashi and the Anbu as we speak. Root is finished. You are finished." Danzo's expression didn't change. The old man was carved from stone, decades of political maneuvering, decades of shadow warfare, all compressed into a stillness that was more unnerving than any show of force. Then he raised his right arm, and the Sharingan opened, all 10 of them. Simultaneously. Red eyes blossoming across the pale, modified flesh like flowers of blood, each one spinning, each one alive with stolen power. The air around Danzo's arm warped a visible distortion, chakra made manifest, the combined output of 10 Sharingan channeled through Hashirama's cells into something that shouldn't have been possible. Naruto felt the genjutsu hit. It wasn't like Itachi's had been a direct assault, a battering ram against the mind's defenses. This was subtle, insidious, a whisper instead of a shout, slipping through the cracks in perception so gently that you didn't realize it was there until your own thoughts started rearranging themselves around it. This fight is unnecessary. Danzo is an ally. Danzo serves the village. Stand down, go home. This is resolved. The Kyuubi roared. Behind the seal, the fox surged to its feet. Naruto felt it, a tidal wave of red chakra crashing against the genjutsu like an ocean against a sand wall. The whispers shattered. The intrusion dissolved. Naruto's mind snapped clear with a violence that left him gasping, and he saw Sasuke stagger beside him. "Sakura!" Naruto shouted. From the rooftop, Sakura's hands were already moving. She'd felt it, the foreign chakra intrusion, exactly as they'd described, exactly as she'd trained to detect. Her own chakra lanced downward in a focused beam of disruption, precisely targeted at Sasuke's chakra network, flushing the genjutsu from his system with a medical technique that Kakashi had adapted from Tsunade's anti-genjutsu protocols. Sasuke jerked, blinked. His Sharingan flared, and Naruto saw the moment clarity return, the sharpening of focus, the reset of intent, the fury rushing back in to fill the space the genjutsu had tried to hollow out. "Nice try," Sasuke said to Danzo, and his voice was ice. Danzo's expression shifted for the first time. A hairline crack in the stone facade. The Kadomatsu Kami had failed, blocked by the Kyuubi's chakra and Sakura's disruption. The technique that had controlled councils and shaped policies for decades rendered useless against a Jinchuriki's immunity and a medic's precision. "You built a team specifically to counter me," Danzo said, and there was something almost like respect in his voice. "Almost." "Ka-chan built us," Naruto said. "We just showed up." Danzo moved. For a man his age, the speed was staggering. The Sharingan arm came up, and 3 of the implanted eyes blazed with a different technique, not genjutsu this time, but something else. Something Naruto had never seen. The air around Danzo's arm rippled and compressed, and a blast of pure concussive force erupted from his palm, aimed at the center of the lane where Naruto and Sasuke stood. They split. Naruto went right, Sasuke went left, and the concussive blast carved a trench in the stone floor between them. The walls on either side cracked. Debris rained down. Danzo followed with a wind technique, his natural affinity, boosted by the stolen eye's chakra, a blade of compressed air that sang as it cut through the lane. Naruto's chains intercepted it, two golden tendrils wrapping around the wind blade and dissipating it through sheer chakra density, and the remaining two chains lashed forward, reaching for Danzo's exposed arm. The old man twisted aside with a fluidity that his body shouldn't have possessed. Hashirama's cells enhancing his physical capabilities, fighting the decay of age, keeping the stolen eyes functional. He formed seals one-handed, and a wall of wind erupted between him and the chains, deflecting them upward in a spray of golden sparks. Sasuke came in low. His approach was silent, suppressed, angled to exploit the blind spot created by Danzo's wind wall. His hand crackled with lightning, a technique Kakashi had been teaching him for the past 2 weeks. The Chidori's foundational principles adapted for Sasuke's speed and his Sharingan's targeting capability. Not the full technique. Sasuke was too young, his chakra reserves too limited for the complete Chidori, but a concentrated bolt of lightning chakra shaped into a blade at his fingertips. He drove it toward Danzo's right arm, toward the stolen eyes. Danzo saw it coming. Of course he did. 10 Sharingan, each one processing information independently, creating a near-omniscient awareness of the battlefield. He pivoted, and the lightning blade missed the arm by inches, and Danzo's free hand came up with a kunai aimed at Sasuke's throat. Naruto's chain caught the kunai, wrapped around it, ripped it from Danzo's grip, sent it clattering against the wall. In the same motion, the chain continued forward, coiling around Danzo's natural arm, the left one, the unbandaged one, and yanking it backward, pinning it against his body. Danzo's stolen Sharingan spun. Another concussive blast, aimed at the chain, and the chain held. Golden links blazing with the Kyuubi's supplemental chakra, reinforced beyond anything Danzo had anticipated, and for the first time, genuine alarm showed on the old man's face. He opened his mouth to speak a verbal jutsu component, something requiring words, and Sakura hit him with a chakra disruption pulse from the rooftop. It wasn't an attack in the traditional sense. It was targeted interference, a precision burst aimed at the chakra pathways, connecting Danzo's brain to his vocal cords, temporarily severing the connection between thought and speech. Medical technique repurposed as battlefield denial. It lasted 3 seconds, maybe 4. 3 seconds was enough. Sasuke struck again. The lightning blade reformed at his fingers, brighter now, fed by his fury and his Sharingan's perfect targeting, and this time his aim wasn't the arm. It was Danzo's chest, center mass. A strike designed to incapacitate, to overwhelm, to end this. The blade connected. Lightning erupted through Danzo's body. The old man convulsed, staggered, and Naruto saw something impossible happen. One of the Sharingan on Danzo's arm closed, sealed itself shut. And Danzo, who should have been down, was suddenly standing 3 feet to the left of where he'd been, unmarked, the lightning damage simply gone. Izanagi, Sasuke breathed. Naruto didn't know the technique. But from the way Sasuke's face had gone pale, from the way his Sharingan was spinning at maximum speed, processing what it had just witnessed, it was something significant. An Uchiha forbidden technique, Sasuke said, his voice tight. It rewrites reality, turns a fatal injury into an illusion. The cost is the permanent loss of the Sharingan used to cast it. 1 eye closed. 9 remaining. 9 more chances to cheat death. Then we make him use all of them, Naruto said. The fight that followed was unlike anything Naruto had experienced or trained for. Danzo was old. He was slower than Kakashi, less agile than Sasuke, less powerful than Naruto. In a straight fight, any one of them could have taken him eventually. But Izanagi turned the calculus inside out. Every lethal blow, every decisive strike, Every moment where they had him was erased by the closing of another stolen eye. Reality itself bending to Danzo's will. The stolen legacy of the Uchiha clan used as a shield against the clan's last son. Naruto and Sasuke adapted. They had to. The first 3 Izanagi activations were disorienting. The whiplash of "I hit him, he's down, no he's not." He was never hit, but by the 4th, they'd found the pattern. Each Izanagi had a brief activation window, a fraction of a second where Danzo was choosing which reality to accept. During that window, he was committed. He couldn't attack, couldn't defend normally, couldn't move. The gap. Naruto said to Sasuke between exchanges, both of them breathing hard, the lane around them destroyed beyond recognition. After each Izanagi, there's a half-second where he's resetting. We hit him during the reset, force the next Izanagi, and hit him again. Chain them, drain all 9. Sasuke said, understanding immediately. But we have to actually land killing blows each time. If the hit isn't lethal, he won't need to activate it. So we don't hold back. Sasuke's Sharingan locked onto Naruto's eyes. Something passed between them, not telepathy, not any jutsu, just the deep, bone-level understanding of 2 people who had trained together and fought together and grieved together until they could communicate in glances. They went in. Naruto created 20 shadow clones. They flooded the lane, and each one was carrying a Rasengan, the technique Kakashi had started teaching him 3 days ago, based on his father's creation. Naruto's version was rough, unstable, more wild energy than refined sphere, but it was devastatingly powerful, and more importantly, it was lethal. No question about it. Each hit would force an Izanagi. The clones attacked in waves. 3 at a time, staggered, each wave hitting Danzo from a different angle. The first 3 Rasengans connected, and 3 more Sharingan closed. Danzo was burning through his stolen eyes at an unsustainable rate, and Naruto saw the calculation happening behind the old man's face. The realization that this strategy would leave him defenseless in minutes. Danzo changed tactics. He stopped trying to fight and started trying to run, pushing through the lane toward the tower entrance, aiming for the Hokage's position, betting everything on reaching Hiruzen and executing the decapitation strike before his Izanagi reserves ran out. Sasuke cut him off. The Uchiha heir appeared in Danzo's path like a shadow given teeth, his lightning blade crackling, his Sharingan reading Danzo's movements before the old man committed to them. Sasuke struck fast, precise, lethal, and another Sharingan closed. 8 down. 2 remaining. Danzo fell back. His breathing was ragged now, the cumulative strain of 8 Izanagi activations taking its toll even with Hashirama's cells propping up his body. The remaining 2 Sharingan on his arm spun wildly, their chakra output fluctuating. Surrender, Naruto said. He stood at one end of the ruined lane, chains blazing. Sasuke stood at the other, lightning dancing at his fingertips. Sakura held the high ground, her chakra disruption ready to shut down any final genjutsu attempt. It's over. You have 2 lives left, and the moment they're gone, you're just an old man in a destroyed alley. Surrender, and you face the daimyo's justice. Don't he let the chains flare brighter, and you face ours. Danzo looked at him, looked at Sasuke, looked up at Sakura. 3 children, the youngest genin in the village, standing around him like wolves around a cornered deer, and the irony of it was not lost on anyone present. Mikoto's legacy, Danzo said. His voice was thin, stretched. The voice of a man watching his life's work crumble. She turned 2 orphans into the instruments of my destruction. I underestimated her. Everyone did, Naruto said. That was sort of her thing. The fight left Danzo all at once, not the anger that would never leave, not entirely, but the calculation. The strategic mind that had kept him alive and in power for decades ran the numbers and found no path forward. 2 Izanagi against 3 opponents who had already demonstrated the ability to force their use. No backup, the sounds of combat from the southeast had faded, which meant Kakashi and the Anbu had handled the main force. No political leverage, no escape route. The old man lowered his arm, the last 2 Sharingan dimmed. I did what I believed was necessary, Danzo said. For the village. The village doesn't belong to you, Sasuke replied. It never did. Anbu arrived, 6 of them, led by the hawk-masked commander, surrounding Danzo in a containment formation. Specialized sealing tags were applied to the Sharingan arm, suppressing its chakra output. Restraints went on. The old man was lifted, carried, removed, and as he passed Naruto, their eyes met one final time. Naruto said nothing. There was nothing left to say. The evidence was with the daimyo. The arrest was made. The rest was bureaucracy. Danzo was gone. The lane was destroyed. The stones were cracked, the walls cratered, the air thick with dust, and the residual hum of dispersing chakra. Naruto released his chains and felt the drain hit him, a wave of exhaustion so profound that his knees buckled. Sasuke caught him. One arm around Naruto's shoulders, taking his weight steady as a wall. "I've got you," Sasuke said. "I know." Sakura dropped from the rooftop and landed beside them. Her hands glowed green medical chakra, warm and soothing, and she pressed them against Naruto's chest, stabilizing his energy, easing the strain of overextended techniques. "You're an idiot," she said to Naruto, her voice shaking. 20 Rasenguns, you could have killed yourself." "But I didn't." "That's not the point." "It's a little bit the point." She hit him in the shoulder. It hurt, which meant she was fine. Kakashi found them there, 3 genin in a ruined alley, one holding the other up, the third scolding them both with tears on her cheeks. He arrived with singed hair and a torn sleeve and the satisfied exhaustion of a man who just fought through 30 root operatives, and he looked at them and something behind his mask shifted. "Team 7, he said. "Status report." "Danzo is in custody," Naruto said. "All 10 stolen Sharingan depleted or sealed, 0 casualties on our side." "The main force?" 32 root operatives neutralized, 3 escaped into the forest. Pursuit teams are tracking, no civilian casualties, minimal structural damage. Kakashi paused. "Well, moderate structural damage." Another pause. "The Eastern Market is going to need some repairs." Sasuke snorted. Naruto laughed. Sakura tried to maintain her stern expression and failed. They walked back to the Hokage Tower together. The 4 of them, through streets that were still clearing Anbu on rooftops, Jonin checking buildings. The first civilians emerging from the shelters with the bewildered expressions of people waking from a nightmare they weren't sure was over. The Hokage met them at the tower entrance. He looked at Naruto and Sasuke and Sakura, and his old eyes were bright, and his hands were steady, and when he spoke, his voice carried the strength of the man he'd been before the compromises and the fears had worn him down. "It's done?" Hiruzen asked. "It's done," Naruto said. The Hokage nodded. Looked at the sky, the first pale light of dawn touching the eastern horizon, another sunrise, another morning, the village still standing. Then he looked back at them. "Well done," he said. "All of you." He turned to walk back inside, then paused, looked over his shoulder. "Naruto?" "Yeah." "She would be proud." Naruto's throat tightened. He nodded. The days that followed were a blur of debrief and reconstruction and politics. The daimyo's guard arrived on schedule and took custody of Danzo, transporting him to the capital for trial. The evidence, Mikoto's documents, Itachi's intelligence, the testimony of captured Root operatives was presented to the fire court and accepted. Root was formally dissolved. Its operatives were offered rehabilitation through the village's mental health corps, a new initiative proposed by Sakura, who had researched the psychological effects of emotional conditioning, and argued, persuasively, that the operatives were victims as much as weapons. The village council was restructured. Every decision made during Danzo's tenure of influence was reviewed, and those that bore the fingerprints of Kato Matsukami manipulation were reversed or revised. It was a massive undertaking, years of policy, unwound and re-examined, and it would take months to complete. Through all of it, Naruto and Sasuke trained. Every day. In the tunnels, in the training grounds, on the practice fields where Mikoto had once taken Naruto at night to train under the stars. The work was different now, less desperate, less driven by the immediate threat of Danzo's schemes. but no less intense, because Itachi's scroll had warned of something larger, the masked man, the unknown threat that extended beyond Konoha's walls. They trained and they grew, and the village watched them grow with a complicated mixture of awe and unease, and something that, gradually, painfully, began to resemble pride. On a morning 3 weeks after Danzo's arrest, Naruto and Sasuke stood before Mikoto's grave. The Uchiha cemetery was quiet. It always was, now quiet in the way that places of great loss became quiet, the silence less an absence of sound than a presence of memory. The graves were arranged in rows, each one marked with a simple stone bearing the Uchiha fan, and there were so many of them that the rows stretched to the edge of the compound wall. Mikoto's stone was in the center. Naruto had chosen the position himself, not at the front, not at the back, but at the heart of the cemetery, where she could watch over all of them. He'd placed 2 items on the stone that morning. A blue curtain, the one from his sleeping alcove in the tunnels, faded and soft from years of use, and a pressed flower, one of the ones Sakura had brought from the Yamanaka shop, because Sakura had insisted that flowers mattered even when the person couldn't see them. Sasuke placed his own item, a small weathered shogi piece, the queen, Mikoto's favorite piece, from the set she'd kept in the main house, the one she'd used to teach both her sons to think 3 moves ahead. They stood side by side. The morning was cool, the sky clear, the compound around them slowly coming back to life. In the weeks since Danzo's fall, Naruto and Sasuke had begun the work of rebuilding not the structures, not yet, but the idea. The concept of a home that wasn't hidden, wasn't ashamed, wasn't forced underground. "Hey, Ka-chan," Naruto said quietly. "We did it." The wind stirred the grass around the stone. "Danzo's gone, Root is done, the truth is out, all of it. Your documents, Itachi's intelligence, everything. The village knows what happened and why. It's not perfect. People are still scared, still angry, still trying to figure out what to do with 2 12-year-olds who punched above their weight class." He almost smiled. "But we're okay." Sasuke was quiet for a moment. Then, "I read your letter again last night, the part where you said be together. You underlined it 3 times. His voice was rough. "I want you to know we're listening. We don't agree on everything. He's stubborn and loud and he cooks too much fish, but we're together, the way you wanted. I don't cook too much fish. You made fish 4 times last week. It's good fish. It's excessive fish." They argued about fish in front of their mother's grave, and the absurdity of it was perfect, was exactly right, was exactly what she would have wanted 2 boys bickering over nothing because they were alive and together, and the world was still turning. Sakura found them there an hour later, sitting cross-legged in front of the stone, talking not about missions or threats or the future, but about Mikoto, trading stories. Sasuke describing the way she'd smile when Fugaku wasn't looking, a private smile that was softer than her public face. Naruto describing the way she'd read to him in the tunnels, doing different voices for each character, getting so into it that she'd forget to stop when the chapter ended. Sakura sat between them and listened, and she didn't interrupt, and she didn't need to be told why this mattered. She understood, maybe better than either of them, because she'd come to Mikoto's legacy from the outside, had seen it not as a son but as a witness, and the shape of it, the love, the sacrifice. The impossible courage of a woman who had defied everything to protect a child, who wasn't hers, had changed something fundamental in her understanding of what strength meant. "She'd have liked you," Naruto told Sakura. "You think so?" She valued courage over everything else. "You walked up to 2 of the angriest people in Konoha and asked to be on their team. That's the most Mikoto Uchiha thing anyone's ever done." Sakura's eyes glistened. She squeezed his hand briefly, then Sasuke's, then folded her hands in her lap and looked at the stone. "Thank you," Sakura said to it. "For them." They sat together in the cemetery as the sun climbed and the village hummed with the quiet, persistent business of being alive. Somewhere, Kakashi was reading his book on a rooftop, one eye on the sky. Somewhere, the Hokage was signing orders that would reshape Konoha's power structure for a generation. Somewhere, in a place beyond borders and beyond knowing, Itachi Uchiha was carrying his burden through the world, and the day was coming when he would have to face the brothers he'd left behind. But that was the future. And the future, Naruto had learned, took care of itself if you built the foundation right. Ka-chan had built the foundation. Everything else, the fights, the politics, the alliances, the losses, the victories, everything else was what grew from it. Naruto stood, brushed the grass from his knees, looked at the monument the Hokage faces on the mountain, the fourth stone gaze looking out over the village he'd died to protect. One day, Naruto thought there might be a fifth face up there, and a sixth. And on the wall beneath them, new names would be carved, and new stories would be told, and the village would keep growing, messy and complicated and imperfect, the way all living things grew. He turned to Sasuke and Sakura. "Come on," he said. "Kakashi's waiting, we've got training." "Always training," Sasuke muttered, but he was already standing, and the complaint was ritual, and the almost smile was real. "Sakura, did you bring the medical scrolls?" Naruto asked. "Did I? Of course I brought the medical scrolls. When have I ever not brought the scrolls? Last Tuesday? That was one time, and I was busy saving your life from chakra exhaustion because someone decided to try 8 simultaneous Rasengans. It worked, though." "That is not the point." They walked out of the cemetery together. 3 genin, arguing and laughing and alive, moving through the Uchiha compound that was slowly, cautiously, beginning to feel like a home again. The gates stood open. The streets were clean. And in the main house, in the room where Mikoto had made her last stand, the floorboards had been replaced and the walls repaired. And on the low table in the center of the room, the table where she'd served tea to her family for years, someone had placed a vase of fresh flowers. No one had seen who. Below the house, in the tunnels, the heart room waited. The scrolls were still on their shelves. The training targets still bore the marks of 1,000 thrown kunai. The blue curtain was gone given to the grave, where it belonged, but the alcove remained, and the books and the cooking pot on its burner and the faint lingering scent of tea and ink and stone. It was a monument now, not a hiding place, Mikoto's monument. Not in marble or stone, but in the 2 boys she'd raised and the team they'd built and the village they were protecting and the future they were fighting for. Not Uchiha. Not Uzumaki. Not names or bloodlines or the categories the world tried to force them into her sons. That's what she'd left them. That's what they were, and that was enough. That was everything. That was the whole story, or at least the beginning of it. And the rest would write itself in missions and battles and quiet evenings in the heart room and loud mornings in the kitchen, and all the small, enormous moments that made up a life lived in the light instead of underground. The compound gates swung shut behind them as they headed toward the training grounds. The sun was high. The village was alive. And somewhere, in whatever came after, a woman with dark eyes and steady hands was watching her sons walk into the world she'd prepared them for, and she was proud, and she was at peace, and the tea was perfect, and the story went on.
Hey guys, thanks for watching. I hope did you enjoy this video. If you do, please leave a like, share and subscribe. And if you are still watching this video, then comment down 3 hearts on this on in the comment section, so I'll get to know you are still watching. So without wasting any more time, I mean, so thanks for watching. Until then, see you again.